lost. There's always a hope. Rise and fight.
Hello, everyone. It's another day of the BSL, and it's another day of Mr. Razz here with me. What's up, man?
Not much, Nyoken. How you doing today?
I'm doing good, man. I'm excited for this group like I usually am. We've got Zhanhun looking to get redemption for Schwan from yesterday, and I think he's got a good group for it. I mean, he's a clear favorite. If you're making it all the way to the final round of the ACS, who's going to really stop you? Well, maybe cRoSs can do it. He's sitting on the bottom side. We could see that in the winners match, but he does have some other tough opponents. We've got WolFix. He's going to be facing off versus him first. And then Dienmax, who's actually a strong player on the ladder. I've hit him quite a few times.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like you're saying, Zhanhun's going to be the clear favorite. Guy gets 25, 26, 2,700 on the ladder, no problem, all the time. I mean, like you're saying, playing against Korean pros, taking them out. I mean, that's just, unstoppable. But WolFix will try first. WolFix, really solid player. Really good, just making sure he hits his build orders, making sure he gets all his timings down. So I think, he'll be a good opponent. He'll definitely put up a fight against Zhanhun.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, WolFix is someone that does like 5-fact, 6-fact type of play. That is meta these days in TVP. However, that can be a bad thing for WolFix. If it's meta, that means that Zhanhun has been hitting it a lot on the ladder. Definitely going to be hitting it a lot from pros. Even Light made a video recently, and it was titled "A Build That I Use Often These Days." He was talking about a 5-fact. So we'll see if WolFix has got something special planned for Zhanhun. You need something special planned for him if you're going to beat him. And meanwhile, we've got Dienmax facing off versus cRoSs in the bottom. That should be an interesting matchup, especially after yesterday, where we saw one of the most epic ZVPs of all time. I wonder if Dienmax can have an epic one versus cRoSs.
Yeah, once again, I think another one where there's a clear favorite between the two of them. cRoSs is crazy strong, especially ZVP, someone who I see streaming and playing games at the same, 2,400 level, taking games off people like DeWalt. So he is no joke. He is very strong, mechanically very gifted. So someone I will be cheering for as a fellow NA person. He's a good guy. Hopefully he'll do well, but I think he is the favorite there in that matchup.
As far as PVT goes for Zhanhun, can't remember exactly how he played. I did play him in a couple seasons ago. I remember him going carriers, and well, that game was not close for me. But carriers is not really meta these days. Gateway man, storm style is pretty meta. I wonder if he'll try and pull that off versus WolFix, or if he'll just try and 12 Nexus and just A-move him.
Yeah, I mean, seeing a lot of his games, he can do it all. He's another one of those firsts where nothing is out of his range, nothing is out of his realm. He has everything up his sleeve. I think we'll probably see him play pretty standard to what meta is now. Maybe even Shuttle Man might come out on a map like Dark Origin, Gas Steel, Forward Gate, some Shuttle Man, or even Battle Toss, stuff like that, where he'll be playing what everyone else is playing.
Yeah, and once you mentioned the gas steal, I forgot that our first map is going to be Dark Origin, so I can tell you WolFix is not loving life having that as his first map. We were getting a look at the profiles. You can see Zhanhun, ever since he started playing in BSL, you know, he's basically round to 4 every single time. I guess BSL 16 was, you know, a bad showing. Wow, 7th, it's so bad. But in Season 14, he got 4th, 15, he got 3rd. He was champion of Asia in 15. That means he, you know, probably took down Mihu or someone of that caliber in that season. So impressive play there. Of course, WolFix on the right side. He's consistently... Whoa, that says Season 1. He was in Season 1 of BSL, round of 8. And then he's been in round of 16, Season 4, round of 16 or round of 24 in Season 17. So he's actually been a player from the get-go in BSL.
Yeah, so that's good for him. He'll have experience. Probably won't be nervous, you know, try to put his best performance out there. I mean, it's always tough when you have someone like Zhanhun staring on the other side. This will not be our first map. We're just getting a view of a map maybe for later. But
Yeah.
Our first map here is going to be Neo Dark Origin. I think we're going to see a gas steal for sure from Zhanhun. I don't think he'll stray away from it. I don't even know if he'll go with the forward gate as well or a proxy gate. We'll see what he decides that he wants to do, how much pressure he wants to put on, but I think we will definitely see that from him.
Okay, well, players are ready. It's time for game 1 between Zhanhun and WolFix. Okay, in the top left, we do have our Terran. It is WolFix.
And in the bottom right, it is Zhanhun.
He's not sending out a probe, man. Could this be an honorable play from our Protoss?
He just hasn't sent one out yet.
Okay, you're right.
There we go. All right.
I knew there's no way you're hitting 2700 rank by being honorable. You gotta be dirty a little bit to get up there.
Yes, I think we're just gonna see a standard forward gate into a gas steal here for Zhanhun. You know, very powerful. Can have a lot of options after opening up with this build. You know, you can go right into a Nexus with no gas and then go with the Forge or just playing a Dragoons. I wonder if it gets stolen, will WolFix try to pull off the old proxy racks and just all in it and try to bust it?
We'll see. Right now, probe has not shown itself. Is coming in pretty much the normal timing. Forward gate as expected from him. There's the racks. And WolFix, will he try and deny this? No, he's just got to accept his fate that he will get gas stolen. Now, he needs to really scout and see whether this is proxy or not. And there he goes with the SCV. This is a smart move. Definitely needs to figure out whether it's, you know, at his natural, right outside of his natural. Because if it is, definitely need to put down a second rack. But we, of course, know that it isn't. So one rack should be fine.
Yeah, one racks will be okay to hold this, was... Zells take a little while to get across the map. So I guess the next step is to see, will WolFix go and build an eBay in Zhanhun's natural to kind of block it, or is he going to build another racks somewhere with that SCV? But it looks like he's going to the natural to put down that eBay block so that it's not just a free Nexus for Zhanhun.
Yeah, this is, if he puts down the eBay, that would be really smart from him. Not only does it block the Nexus, also means that second Zealot, if it gets sent across the map, you know, you're just blocking the Nexus forever. So more than likely he'll keep his either second or third Zealot back, which means it's easier for you as a Terran to get your natural down. Now, in a WolFix main, did Protoss cancel the gas? I mean, the colors look very, you know, it's pink versus purple, but in WolFix main, it looks like it's all pink. Am I just seeing this wrong? Okay, I am seeing this wrong. Yeah. The reason it's all pink is because there's 5 SCVs attacking us.
Yeah, and you know, Noga, this is a discussion I think you and I have had. When you see as Protoss 5 SCVs pulled off to kill the gas, it's almost worth canceling the second Zealot and just putting the Nexus down. Like, the gas has taken so much from the Terran already by pulling 5 SCVs.
Yeah, but he did build a second Zealot. May even build a third Zealot. There's no gas for Zhanhun right now. He is, what's that? That must be a pylon. Alright, pylon for him at the choke point. And these two Zealots want to make sure that this Terran cannot get his command center. quick at all. This is risky. I think 4 Marines is kind of skimpy versus 2 Zealots, soon to be 3, by the way. WolFix really needs like 7 Marines right now. 1 of the Zealots get on top of the Marines. It's soon to be 5. There's a very damaged Zealot in the back. Probe doing some DPS too. There goes 1 Marine. This is getting ugly, man, because the 3rd Zealot is coming from the bottom.
Oh no. Oh no. Really good micro here from Zhanhun, picking off these Marines. Another one down. We have a 6th Marine coming to his death. He gave the Zealots a high five, and they gave him a little something extra back. And here we go. I think we're going to get 1 Marine in, but we have a Zealot in the main here. And now we're starting to flow. Ooh, misclick there from Zhanhun.
You know, this looks like devastating damage because he did kill a lot of Marines, but WolFix is still somehow up 2 or 3 workers here. So, like, this is playable, but not playable if he loses all his Marines. 2 Zealots in the main. Factory's not even close to being done. 3rd Zealot just walking in. He's still got Zealots rallying across the map. One of them's halfway across already.
Oh, man, I don't know if we're ever going to get that factory up, man. I mean, even if we do, the damage here is... could be just, like you're saying, devastating. We've lost so many SCVs. We're only 1 worker behind, but the Zealots are not dead.
Yeah, they're not even close to being dead. By the way, there's a 2nd factory at top right, but the 1st factory may not even complete. Zhanhun's probably looking at this, seeing that this guy's mining 3 on gas. You know, in a normal game, you're thinking, oh, he must be hiding something, but, you know, the game's so wild. He may be considering that WolFix just isn't able to manage his workers on the gas right now. But Zhanhun does need to be cautious because there should be a 2nd factory completing pretty soon. He could start sending out some vultures, and so far, haven't seen a single goon.
Yeah, he has to know something's up because there is no command center either, right? Like, we don't have a 2nd factory, there's no command center. What is all your money going to? Like, we know that you did damage, but it couldn't have been that much damage. And I think he's sending a probe. Oh my goodness. Or Dragoons. Okay.
I thought he was actually going to go to top right, but he actually scouts the 4th base. Yeah, Zhanhun knows. And if he finds this factory, actually WolFix might just insta-GG. Because this was a move where it needed to not get scouted, and it gets scouted. He's lost, like, what, like 8 Marines or something? Now his factory's been found. Zhanhun, he can literally just wall off his natural with, like, a forge, and just wait for more goons to come out, and he's fine.
Yeah, I mean, once you find this, right, like, you're good. We see him here putting down, I think that's probably another gateway, probably 3 gateway with a robo. He's feeling great. He's up workers. He's got a Nexus up, but all of a sudden WolFix is still putting down a command center. Might be a little too late with that command center. It's going to be so delayed, but hey, he's fighting it out, doing what he can.
Yeah, he needs a miracle here. He's got speed coming in. I mean, technically there's a gap at the natural right now because the goons are a little far forward. But the problem is there's vision with the pylon on the right side. The goons should be able to stutter step micro backwards. There's also vision on the left side, I guess, if there was like a drop incoming. I don't know what that probe is doing down there. Is he literally just expanding again off of just 3 gates?
Yeah, he just put down a 4th gateway, so I think he just realizes if he holds on, he's in good shape here. Pretty good pro production going on here. You know, almost up 9 workers at this point. I mean, he's in a really good spot. I'd be surprised if he takes bottom left. I feel like that's a little bit out there, knowing someone's on 2 factories to take that base that's all the way far away that's hard to get to. But he may go for it.
He's spending all his money. I guess the Nexus won't be coming down, at least not just yet. I agree, that is kind of a weird base to take if somehow WolFix drew the units towards the left side and then also had a drop going into the main. You know, the main would be completely open. Here's the run by we were expecting to see. But Zhanhun's already set up, and he's got like 5 goons in the back. So this is going to do absolutely nothing. WolFix has no tanks at all. He has only vultures. If I was Zhanhun here, I would get an observer and think about just, you know, trying to do some counterattacks.
Yeah, I mean, you saw 2 factories, just all pure vulture. What else can it be? Just get across there with your, feels like 8-10 goons already. Clear all these mines and just, running into some mines anyway. Oh, boom.
He doesn't even need an observer. He's just, it's in the front. I didn't even realize. But he's just going. There's no siege. Factory's now floating over to the left side, so it's 1 fact production. WolFix is going to start scaling into his upgrades, but...
Oh, we threw the Observer away. We don't need it. We don't want it.
Well, I mean, there's only one tank. Like, there's a bunker, but the bunker is not that strong. Look at this. He's just running in there, goes to Dark style, trying to just end this game. I gotta say, Zhanhun is kind of trolling here. I mean, he took a lot of damage on his goons. He lost a couple, and he didn't pop anything. Like, he killed a vulture. That's really not worth. And WolFix, he holds this. I hope Zhanhun doesn't keep just inting his goons in.
Yeah, it seemed Zhanhun was just kind of moving in there, hoping to be an A move and end the game, but WolFix not giving up that easily. Gonna make Zhanhun work for it. Zhanhun taking a third Nexus now, already has 4 gateways. We'll see if he's gonna go into Citadel or Robotics. Not sure what his choice will be. I mean, at this point, Nyoken, is it just worth just going Gateway, man? I mean, you just get to max as fast as possible, let Terran move out, and just run it over? Or do you still think there's the value in the reverse shuttle?
Well, I mean, you know me, I like carriers. If I was in this position where I know this guy likely floated his factory back to his base, like, what's he going to attack me with? He's on 1 fact production, really. I mean, you can make that deduction easily. I would go carriers, because I know this guy can't attack me. And if you look in Zhanhun's base, I see some buildings that are placed like they could be Stargates. So he may be thinking the same thing, like, what are you going to attack me with, man? Vultures? I already have goons. So he's just going to go for the ultimate late game comp with carriers, probably?
Yeah, those buildings do look like carriers. Stargate's probably in the main hanging out. We already have a third. Oh, yes. Yeah. He went to the Nyoken page of PVT, and he learned. Now, if this guy builds proxy pylon with some shield batteries, I know he's watching you stream some PVT. I know it.
Oh, I know. Yeah, for sure. Nobody would ever do that. If you would know this is a Nyoken game if Zhanhun takes mid left and he puts the batteries and the cannons right there. That's where you want to be. With the carriers to have the cannons support, you can just kill the third base easily. Terran can never leave that position, because if they do, they get immediately countered. But it is going to be 3 Stargate carriers. WolFix does have an academy. He could scan this. And like I was saying, he is like a 5-fact, 6-fact timing type of player. There will be, a very, very, very small window where he may be able to attack before 3-6 carriers are out on the map.
Yeah, I believe we did see him scan the Stargates, so I think he does know what's coming. The question is, can he actually push through? Like, is he going to be able to get up to 7 factories, get enough Goliaths, and try to push for that all-in death ball push, or is it going to be a problem? Ooh, trying to get vultures out of the map. Very hard right now. Zhanhun all over it.
Yep, vulture. I mean, maybe he'll find bottom left, but there's nothing here. You'll see a cannon going up. Wow. So he doesn't really get anything. Doesn't see... Ooh,
that probe. Kill it, probe! Yeah. Man, what a baby.
He doesn't really see anything. He doesn't see that there's no zealots in this army. Oh, it looks like he must have scanned already, because it's 7-fact production Goliath. And, his tank count is decent. What is it, 7 right now? The goon count is not that big. Actually, WolFix needs to go, and he needs to go right now. His army can beat the Dragoons. Of course, the Dragoons are going to buy time, but the carriers aren't out yet. And even if the carriers are out, it takes a while to get those interceptors. Look, they're not even they're only 3/4 done. So this is actually going to be a strong push.
Yeah, this will be his one window. Oh, can't bleed off any units, though. Zhanhun will probably sit here by these bridges, force them to siege a couple times, buy that time. But if WolFix can get across the bridges and bring a bunch of SCVs, he might be able to actually get down to Zhanhun's base.
Yep. Ooh. These tanks, or these goons, are doing a good job to force the tanks to siege and unsiege over and over again. And by the way, top right being taken from Zhanhun also. He's saying, I want all the bases, man. And I mean, this is one way to make the game weird. You take all the bases, go carriers. Terran's in panic mode because there's so many bases to attack. Look at this counter from the backside. Goons are going to pick off this tank. And what I didn't see WolFix do was lay a bunch of mines at his natural. He's like under threat of just getting countered. And he also unloaded the bunker. So it's just Goliath versus Goon Zealot. Look at this. Zhanhun doesn't even care about fighting the army. He just wants to go for the counter.
Yeah, I mean, he knows. He's got some carriers at home. If he can choose Goons to pick off the Goliaths, he wins the game. So he is just saying, whatever, man, good luck, and walk across the map.
just avoid the army as Protoss, and then clean it up with carriers while your counterattack destroys the natural. The supply has plummeted for WolFix now, down to just 85 supply. He's losing SCVs left and right. Really none of the tanks got across the bridge, by the way, so it's just Goliath now. Or, okay, there's 2 tanks, but does 2 tanks really even matter? These Goliaths don't have vision of the carriers either, and that's it. GG.
Well, I mean, WolFix, unfortunate start there, with the Zealots kind of just doing so much damage. He tried to get tricky, it got caught, and then he tried to revert back. He didn't really make much with Vultures. But Zhanhun on top of it all. I mean, good players recognize when things are off. And when he's like, okay, you don't have a command center. We're like 6 minutes in here. Obviously, you're up to no good. Sends the Dragoon around, finds it, and just plays it out well. I got to say, the counterattack was brilliant, though. That was a really well-played game from Zhanhun in terms of just strategy.
Yeah, the counter was perfect. It's exactly what he should do. I mean, I think he would have beaten the army in the center of the map anyways, right? Like, he didn't have to do that, but it worked. I mean, that's what I do. I just counter all the time. Oh, I'm over here. Pay attention over here. Hope I'm actually here. It's really difficult to deal with as Terran. As you stated, the game was just a disaster from the beginning. WolFix dealt with the initial gas deal quite well, but like I said, as soon as you move down with 4 Marines, I was like, I've been in this exact position before. The problem is you don't know if it's 2 Zealots or if it's 3 Zealots or more. If it's only 2, you can hold it with 4 or 5 Marines. But as soon as it's 3, you need like 7 Marines. And then if you don't have it, it's just a complete snowball in an instant. So unfortunately, WolFix never saw the 3rd Zealot. It was catastrophic damage. At least he'll have his map pick now. Zero may have given us a little taste of what WolFix has gotten planned with the retro map being pulled up initially. I think that would be a good map. You limit the amount of bases that Zhanhun can have. 3 base Terran is really strong, 2 base Terran is really strong. But instead he wants Citadel. I don't know if I want to play Citadel versus Zhanhun because there's so many bases.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a nice map to be able for Terran to get their 3rd to kind of sit on, right? And just kind of go by the bridges. But the center is extremely wide open for surrounds as you move out. The main is very large. I could see Zhanhun playing a couple different styles here that'll make it very challenging for WolFix. But I'm assuming his plan is probably go 4 or 5 fac and trying to take a 3rd and sit there. But I don't know. The guy just showed you a 4-gate carrier, so I'm not sure just sitting and going upgrades is the strategy when a guy is ready to do that.
Well, we'll see what WolFix has got planned as we get into Game 2 of WolFix versus Zhanhun. Okay, in the top left, we have our Terran down 0-1. It's WolFix.
And in the bottom right, we have Zhanhun. Let's see if his Protoss senses are tingling, Nyoken. Cross map is like little, when you start the game, you get that little like extra shock in your chest. You're like, ooh, this feels like a good time to do a little 12 Nexus action.
I've heard that 12 Nexus only hits when it's cross spawn also. So we'll see if Zhanhun wants to go for this. WolFix, I'm curious what he's got planned because as you stated, he's for sure a 5-fac, 6-fac type of player. I don't think I've ever seen him do anything else other than 5 or 6-fac. Now, of course, you can 5 or 6-fac any map in general, but Citadel, it's got an open main. It's got a lot of bases. If this was someone like Terror or Gypsy, I feel like this is a map designed for them where they do, a bunch of different types of play. They do drops, they macro like 4 bases, even more sometimes. So WolFix, he must have had good success on Citadel to pick this map in particular. This is going to be a forward gate from Zhanhun.
Forward 9 gate, gonna get really aggressive. I mean, it's really strong in this map. If you can push Terran back a little bit and back into their base, it's hard for them to get back up over the ramp. So like that double ramp. Yeah. But I wonder if Zhanhun's set probably on ladder. A lot of Terran I see love gasless. Not that WolFix right here, as I say, takes his gas, but a lot of Terran do like that on this map, and maybe Zhanhun was thinking, all right, this guy's gonna try to do this, and I'll have a bunch of zealots and really ruin his day.
Yeah, he might have been in Zhanhun's main. There is no assimilator. This does look like it's going to be most likely multiple zealots with Nexus follow-up. We'll have to wait and see how many he actually builds. Probe and SCV, they meet near the center, and Zhanhun will see that, hey, this is not gasless, this is just a normal 12 gas opening.
Yeah, just gonna come in and just be annoying with this probe now. I mean, I wonder how many probe or zealots he's going to make because it is cross map. I mean, it takes a little while to get over there. Usually, I think minimum 2 is, fine. 3rd if you really want to get aggressive, but we'll see what he opts for, knowing the positions now.
This is actually gas, not a Nexus. Cybernetics coming in. I think the timing of this Cybernetics allows for a 3rd zealot if he really wants to go for it, but it is cross spawn, like you said. Now, WolFix, by the way, 100 additional gas. Is he pulling on Narcosis here? Are we going too fact?
We are. Oh, wow. But the Zealot is here, man. Yeah, I'm going to say the Zealot's here. Zhanhun not going to be fooled by this when he has his Zealot and Probe in there. Ooh, good pull off from WolFix there to get that SCV stay alive. Continue on. We got 3 Marines. Oop, can he get a hit? Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
He gets through, okay.
Actually, this can be not bad for WolFix. If he can limit the amount of damage that this Zealot does, that is a forward gate, right? Like his Cybernetics is late also. If he bleeds off this additional Zealot, 2-fact timing could actually be pretty strong. This Zealot is managing to get at least 2 Marine kills now.
Yeah, these other Marines are both one shot.
Oh, it's starting to get out of control now. WolFix, I'm not sure if he actually found bottom right or not because this SCV is out in no man's land, but this does look like, since I don't see a factory in the main, could be another proxy factory for him.
Yeah, we're floating a ton of gas because we didn't take our 3 SCVs off of mining, and we're still mining, so that tells me we're most likely going for a 2nd factory somewhere, or starport, which would be a little bit crazy at this point, but...
Well, it's going to be the dreaded Zealot Goon combo running past that bunker, maybe. Yeah, he's doing a run.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He's in.
And this is going to be pretty hard to deal with. The Marines on the low ground. He's going... Is he actually building? Oh, the Vulture's already across the map, but the Goon ends up fending it off for now. So that Zealot is going to kill the Marine. Goon and Zealot is now going to start racking up a lot of damage. I don't know if that was the Marine that completed or if it was pulled from the bunker, but he needs more help here, man. These Zealots and Goon, or this Zealot and Goon is doing a lot of damage.
Wow, another 2 SCVs go down. Zhanhun microing really nicely right now. Tank is out, so it'll stop this. We'll see how many more kills this Zealot can get. There's one more. Ooh. He's clicking around for the weak ones.
Yeah, he wants him. He wants to take down another SCV. Not gonna go. Of course he found him. 4 kills on that single Zealot. And Zhanhun is probably confused. Like, there was no command center. This guy was mining 3 on gas. You can see WolFix has 1 million gas, by the way. And there's no factory. I wonder if Zhanhun is thinking, again, it's a hidden factory, but there isn't a hidden factory anywhere.
Yeah, the command center just starting as the Nexus is done, so Zhanhun feeling really good about his position. You see he added a 2nd gateway before his robotics because he's unsure of what's going on. But I think overall he's very happy with his position.
And this is a really fast armory follow-up. This looks like it could be, so fast that it's going for a 1-1 time. Wow, he just eats a mine, and he will retreat and not lose any of these units, I don't think. But that is a lot of damage. And Zhanhun's Robo already done. 2nd gate for him. He is going observatory once again. Not going to be support pay this time.
Yeah, everything very, very clean from him. Timings are good. Everything's up. Just making sure he lives after the strong opening. You see he's up 6 workers already. I think we're just going to see him probably play pretty standard here into a Robo and 3rd Nexus and just macro up. Unless he decides just to go carriers again, because, why not?
He could. If he realized that this guy was mining gas forever and didn't have a 2nd factory on the map or a starport or anything, that's a really, really late command center. He could definitely go into carriers once more. He's already up 8 workers. That's an absurd advantage for him. Academy coming down also for WolFix, so when those comsats get added, that's going to be a loss of 4 more additional SCVs. There's a real situation unfolding where Zhanhun is going to be up like 11 workers.
Yeah, and I think we'll just see him. Yeah, he's already up 11 workers. He's going to be up a bunch more. I think Zhanhun is like, I'm just going to sit here, man. And, ooh, can he get it? Nope, not before the Nexus is down. Unfortunate.
Yeah, this is really bad news for WolFix. His army is not very strong. What does he have? 3 tanks, 1 vulture. Nat is super late, doesn't even have gas there. I mean, I guess he technically doesn't need gas because he mined his main gas for so long. He is getting comsat, so he will be able to see what the follow-up tech is for Zhanhun. Zhanhun really hasn't committed to anything right now. Okay, there's the support base, so I guess there is going to be Reavers, but what I mean is there's no additional gateways, there's no Stargate shown just yet.
Yeah, I think that Zhanhun is just playing this out pretty standard, pretty safe. He recognizes, I think, the position. I don't even think he recognizes how good a position he is. He's up 14 workers, 3rd Nexus already down on time. He's probably just going to go up to 6 gateways, either take another base, or maybe he'll just go up to 8 and just go into macro mode.
Yep, time will tell what he wants to actually transition into. WolFix, okay, he's transferring more SCVs down the natural. I thought he was actually putting or sending SCVs to start going into his factories, but the worker count is so low that he can't even do that. Like I said, he rushed +1 weapons so fast that I don't think that this is going to be a factory flood just yet. I think he's going to be, if he's going to be going for a timing, it's going to be a 1-1 timing. So we're, like 4 minutes away from that actually unfolding.
Yeah, I mean, is it better to try to hit that timing, or is it better to try to take a 3rd after this opening? If you're playing, are you trying to drag it out?
Well, let's just say it like this. There's no timing that WolFix can hit here. I mean, there's no carriers. There's no, arbiter timing that he could hit. He's just way too slow to go for any timing. Like, he needs to expand. He is putting down additional factories, which is kind of what you have to do just to not die. But I'm hoping that these factories are for getting his mineral only or getting his mid-left base. Because if he tries to go for a timing, I can already see it. He'll be like 130 supply. Zhanhun will be maxed, and there's no world where Protoss loses a fight like that.
Yep, that makes it tough. Zhanhun out here now with the Reaver sitting, waiting, going to just contain WolFix in. WolFix can't even really get pressure on the map yet. He doesn't really have many vultures. Scanning in the main base, seeing the gateway count, and it looks like he wants to move out a little here.
He hasn't even built any additional units from his factories. If this was snow, those tanks would have already been dead. There would have already been an engagement. Like, oh, you move forward without any support? Well, you're just done. So WolFix does have a pretty strong army in comp. Like, it's pure tank, pure Goliath. So it is decent, but he still can't do anything. Like, there's no way he's getting past a Reaver in this amount of goons. Also, this isn't even all the goons. There's more back at Zhanhun's main. Whoa, that's ambitious to say the least, but at least he does kill a goon.
Trades out Goliath there. Not bad. Got some damage on the shuttle and the Reaver, but he's got so far to push, and Zhanhun sees that, and he's like, all right, I'm just going to get up to 8-10 gateways. Come on in, said the spider to the fly.
Yeah, he's waiting for... Oh, I saw WolFix have an SCV somewhere. Oh, it's at the rally point. I thought he had sent one to mid-left for a command center. Okay, it looks like he is going to expand. This is exactly what WolFix should be doing. He cannot hit a timing. It's just not viable. Citadel, even though I was talking about how, it doesn't seem like a map that's designed for WolFix types of play. If he's going to play like this is really good. You need to put the tanks behind the wall like that. You get some free shots off if you have some vision. Hard to engage on top of. Of course, the Zealots can't get on top of it. But Zhanhun, is he going to try and come through the back?
This is a tough angle to attack into. The chokes are small. You can get tanks inside the expansion. Oh, I think this is a misstep here from Zhanhun. He's going to get this Shuttle, Reavers goes down, one still going, but I think Zhanhun's just going to be bleeding these units off. I mean, no way he can attack in here with this small of a group, so big win there for WolFix, getting both of those Reavers.
Yep, he definitely needed that. Now he's actually almost even in workers. His, supply 100 to 140, it could be a little bit higher, but if Zhanhun was to just try and bully his way with only a 30 to 40 supply advantage, Terran can definitely win those types of fights. So Zhanhun definitely kind of botching this mid game, and you already know my opinion of that building that we just clicked. It's double robo, and double robo can be good if you're someone like Mini, where you're just non-stop harassing. But so far, Zhanhun hasn't really used his shuttle that effectively. If he has another botched attack, WolFix could put down a 4th command center, and it would be 4 base versus, I guess, technically 5 base, and that's still a manageable position for Terran.
I wonder if Zhanhun will start trying to do some mass drops inside the main, pull some of the Terran army, and then try to hit the front, because I'll tell you, this position's hard to break. If Terran can put up supply depots, they can put up turrets, it's very hard to bring in these shuttles and get units across the ramps and through the chokes. I'm not sure this is the route he wants to go, but it seems like he's committed, because we just took a 4th. We don't have that many more bases either, Nyoken.
Yep, 3rd base getting up and running for WolFix, critically getting that 3rd gas. I think there was 4 shuttles out for Zhanhun, so he's looking to find 3 shuttles. He's looking to find the angle, but this is really the style that you're hoping the Protoss player plays, where you're just camping and they're going mass gateways with, I guess Storm is the only real threat here. The tanks are not that spread, so Storm could be devastating. Also, there's not a lot of SimCity here. There's no depots blocking. There's no Rax float helping out from an incoming engagement. But that is a lot of tanks, man. There is a ton of tanks.
Yeah, I don't know how you attack into here. If he does, I think it'll be suiciding his army. So WolFix kind of getting the game he wants. Best case scenario for him, we got shuttle/gateway man. Oh my goodness, we're going in anyway. Here we go. Ooh. Not many SCVs pulled. Killed. He did a good job pulling.
He did save the shuttle, though. It's at the NAT. Did it unload? Oh, of course it unloaded. He gets some SCVs there, but SCVs, despite dying, he's still 63 to 61. Zhanhun trying to find more damage, but I don't think he'll be able to actually get any more damage.
Yeah, I'm surprised that WolFix didn't think about going there. 3 shuttles, one with 4 Templar. Might have been a good window for him with supply going down to be able to push through, because now Zhanhun's just going to make another round of Templar and shuttles and come on back.
Yep, and Zhanhun, he has double forge, but not upgrading armor or shield, just going weapon. It is, okay, there's the double armory. I was like, there's no way WolFix is going +2 armor over +2 weapon, and Zhanhun is setting up like he wants an attack. I don't know, man. This is really hard to attack into. And also Terran has vision, so Zhanhun, I think, needs to just continue to expand. That's exactly what he's doing at bottom left. He's building a 6 nexus over there. There is a couple buildings at the side of his main base that do look like it could be Stargates. I hope they're actually just gateways, so it is just pure gates.
Yeah, this is probably the best that WolFix could hope for, right? We don't have any real serious tech. It's just going to be shuttles with Templar. If he can find a good shuttle bombs going out. He can find a good engagement, man. He could take care of this game. Does he go directly for bottom left is the question. Does he go from bridge to bridge down there, setting it up to go without getting a counterattack, or does he have to engage the army here?
Yeah, based on how Zhanhun played the first game, I feel like if WolFix makes an attack to bottom left, he's going to get immediate counter. So I don't know if WolFix is going to actually attack there, or if he's just going to try and split map. Obviously, split map is basically impossible unless you're light. But I think the smart move is actually to just accept that Protoss is going to have bottom left, and instead focus on taking your own 4th base, taking top middle as your 5th, and maybe prioritizing denying top right as your win condition and trying to play split map, especially versus a guy that's going mass gates. It's different if the guy's going Stargates where you must attack. But if this guy's just going to go gateways, I'm fine with splitting the map, or at least trying to split the map.
Yeah, we see Zhanhun kind of bleeding some more units off. I don't know if that's by design right now, so he can get more Templar. But WolFix just trying to play this game really slow. But for me now, he's gotten to a pretty good critical mass of tanks and units. But the longer he sits here, the more Zhanhun is going to take this map and put down gates. We're going to have 20 gates in the bottom left. Uh-oh. Great pickoff there from WolFix.
That was really good. He lost. I mean, he's going to lose vultures, but who cares? He's sat here for now 17 minutes. His tank count should be approaching like 30 tanks at this point. Like, it's insane DPS. Also remember, he's got 2-2 coming. He's got multiple vessels. His actual army is going to melt these gateway units, especially since they don't have any armor. And with the shuttle being sniped, there's not a lot of opportunity to go for a storm drop. So as long as he can dodge some insane storms, like making sure his tanks aren't, you know, mega clumped like they are right there, he should be able to get this fourth base quite easily. The observer sees it, so Zhanhun, if he wants to attack, he needs to go before siege is set up, but he is smartly backing off.
Yeah, I don't think for Zhanhun, allowing WolFix to take this base is that big of a deal, right? Like, taking a mineral only, I think that's okay, as long as we get like 40 gates on the map and go to different areas where you have to pull the mech army. But I think attacking into this is crazy right here.
Yeah. Terran
I
didn't
think
even move,
crazy.
and he's going for a counter. If there's EMP or D-Matrix, if he just snipes these Templars, look how many tanks there are. But the tanks are so close.
Help! Oh my god, that storm is insane. Nyoken, his supply went from max to 130 in the blink of an eye. The storms were crazy.
Yeah, that was the dream storm that you were looking for as Zhanhun. He got pretty much as big of a storm as you could really get. And now, WolFix, if he wasn't going to attack with max pure tank, well, he's definitely not going to be attacking with 130 supply, basically pure tank. So I think most likely WolFix is just going to siege again here and just continue to camp, maybe think about taking top middle. But, you know, we were wondering if Zhanhun's actually just going to counter, or, you know, what's his game style going to be, and we were right. It is just going to be counter, 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 because as soon as WolFix moves towards his fourth, you saw him instantly counter the third base. And because of that, WolFix, I think, needs to just spam depots at bottom left. Like, and buy time. If he gets countered, make him like get punished for or at least make him, or give yourself time to get tanks back into position, because if he had depots or Raxus there, I don't think he would have lost any of his tanks. I don't think they would have engaged.
Yeah, I agree with you. If you just would have walled it off, you know? I mean, we all know you're the master of the wall, so you would recommend that. But having a wall out there could be a big deal. Could have held Zhanhun back, was able to get WolFix into a better position. But I don't know. I think Zhanhun's going to hit this base again. I think he's looking at it saying 3 tanks, couple vultures. Yep, this is where I'm going to go.
If he's going to try and shuttle bomb this again, the turrets are slightly out of position, so everything's going to unload. And a lot of WolFix SCVs are here. He doesn't lose that many. What is it, like 7? He still has 55 left over. But actually, you know, it wasn't immense damage. Oh, okay, well, now it's pretty immense. Lost a bunch of vultures and the SCVs.
And a couple tanks here. We're not mining really well now from this base. Well, not at all from this base. Not well from that fourth base. We still have some mineral in the natural, but it is running out. So eventually, any kind of trades for Zhanhun, unless they're absolutely terrible, but are going to be positive for him. Ooh, let's see here. I don't know about this.
Yeah, EMP goes off, but he misses one of the Templars, so the storms do a decent amount of damage. But look at Zhanhun's supply. It went down to 130. You know, if this was more close, like if there weren't 8 bases for Zhanhun, that would have been the engagement that WolFix was really looking for. But despite having a massive trade in his favor, Zhanhun still's on 30 gates. Like, look at this, he's taking top middle. That's not even an on-location nexus. He's got a pylon blocking that location. He's like, I don't care. This is still my base.
I'll take them all. I'll take them all. Oh my goodness. Storm coming down here, the shuttle not allowing WolFix to move at all from that fourth base. Oh my goodness, massive storm again, hitting the vessels and the tanks. Zhanhun just kind of walking around, man, storming. Oh, picked up that Templar. I don't think he's in panic mode just yet. Could EMP on the goons. Oh my goodness.
Ooh, the storm. Oh, that guy has a triple storm.
Oh my goodness. Even only having 7-8 goons, he's just trading with 8 goons and 3 Templar, and he's like, no problem, keep on walking my way, man.
Is that a gateway or is that a nexus up there at top middle? Because there's 3 cannons. Okay, it's a gateway. I thought it was a nexus. He's gonna probably build Templars there to try and just storm the ramp.
He will not. He will never take this base. He will fortify it forever.
You have more shuttles coming down over on the right side. You know, Zhanhun's army isn't really that big. All of his DPS is coming from these freaking storms. They just keep resetting WolFix, Vulture count, and tank count. Another storm going down, another tank gonna fall, bottom tank gonna fall, and what was, you know, basically pure tank, all of a sudden, very low supply for WolFix. He's got a ghost coming out of nowhere.
We got a ghost. Don't worry, we're gonna nuke Zhanhun.
Did it already die? Oh no, it's still alive.
It's gonna get a kill here. Nope, didn't. Oh, silly tank.
Well, ghosts are definitely underused. I think ghosts are actually pretty good if you're... Oh, well. He did not catch that shuttle at mid-left. He didn't have vision. It just comes in there and snipes a bunch of SCVs. But if you're going to play defensively, lockdown can be good. It's good versus shutting down shuttles, obviously, and then shutting down arbiters for recall. But it's really hard to use while you're attacking. So if WolFix is just going to continue to camp like this, I think this is actually a pretty smart move.
Yeah, I just think that we're camping into someone who has 3 mains, you know, like we've had some good engages eventually with these storm drops, with all the units. I mean, Zhanhun's not even mining from these bases up here yet. Hasn't got his probe count over 60, so his army supply is massive. I just don't know what the plan is. Like, do we take 12 o'clock and we're going to push for top right and try to hold it? And, you know, I think at some point we needed to move out and try to get something done. I think we're a little bit past that now, and we're in a really tough spot.
Yeah, the worker count is really low for WolFix now. This is 5 shuttles, and there is no support for the tanks, like absolutely none. There's no Vultures, no Goliaths, and this may be the move that breaks the camel's back. WolFix trying desperately to hold on, but there's just so much stuff. There's so many Dragoons, there's so many storms. Is the real thing is just there's never-ending storms. There's another massive storm onto the SCV line. He's now down to 35 workers.
Another one. Here comes that ghost, though. Don't worry. He's here.
Yeah.
Get a lockdown. Come on, get a lockdown.
He needs to start locking down these shuttles. They're just running rampant all over the place.
Yeah, Zhanhun just kind of making units, slamming them in, storming SCVs over and over. WolFix really starting to feel the effects of all these storms, right down to 35 SCVs. We're really not, our money's not jumping up consistently here at this point. Right now, a matter of time for Zhanhun just to close this out. Sick upgrades from Protoss there, about to be 3-1-3.
Yeah, massive upgrades for Protoss. WolFix needs to spam workers out of like all of his command centers just so he can get all of his bases saturated. Another attack coming in here. Decent amount of mines and turret setup. Actually, this was kind of a botch. I don't think Protoss is actually going to get much damage here, but maybe the Zealots can get in here and do some damage. There's a random tank all the way in the back. Didn't even see him. But still, Protoss makes his way through here. He is max versus just 100.
Yeah, the shots from downtown, but just not enough. Breaking in over here. Gonna kill more SCVs, and I'm waiting for Zhanhun to slam into that 4th base as well at the same time.
Yep,
well, WolFix trying to fight, man, trying to fight.
He is moving towards top middle now. He's just picking WolFix apart. It's really hard to defend all these bases as Terran when you don't have, like, you know, a depot wall like I was talking about. There's not a lot of mines that I've really seen set up. And with the amount of gates that Zhanhun has, like, you just can't match it. He's legitimately on like 25 gateways. He's got like 8 at bottom left, 15 in his main. There's 3 at top right. I mean, he's just got so much production. The storms have just been never ending. And this is probably going to be the killing move here. He's been broken at top middle. He's been broken, you know, many times at mid left. There's the lockdown.
That lockdown. Oh, well, we ran into the mine also.
Yeah.
Goes like I did my job. I'll also jump on the mine with you, Dragoon.
Can't lock down that Archon. Look at him do work.
No locking him down. And there's the GG for WolFix.
the idea on Citadel, I think, is exactly how you should play it. You take your bases, you upgrade. Even if Protoss is on a lot of bases, it's easy to get 4 base, 4 gas, 5, 5 base, 6 base as Terran. And, if somebody's going to play Gateway Man versus you, it's actually a very good style to be facing as a Terran, but it's just a little bit too much of a deficit. I mean, WolFix was floating 600 gas. His command center didn't even start by the time Zhanhun's Nexus was done. He was down 11 workers, 25 to 36. You can't come back from a situation like that.
Not against a player like Zhanhun, right? Who's even at times he threw away some of his army, and he was taking some bad fights, and it still didn't matter. He just took the map, took the bases, just constantly storm dropping the SCV lines, just making WolFix get pulled all over the place. So, kind of what we expect from a player like Zhanhun, to really just be solid from start to finish. A couple of hiccups, but he looks good, and he's going to advance into that winner's match.
And he will be facing off the winner of Dienmax versus cRoSs, which is going to be our next matchup. So it's going to be a ZVP.
More ZVP, Nyoken. Who knows? Guess could be a long one again.
I don't think cRoSs is the type of person that lets games go long. Knowing him, he does a lot of counterattack style. He's definitely somebody that does Hydra play. Maybe it's not necessarily a 9-7-3, but wasn't it yesterday where JD Conan literally didn't attack on Dark Origin until he was maxed? I can't imagine that happening from cRoSs.
No, I don't think we'll see that from him. Playing a lot of games across, he's hyper aggressive at times. Can play well in macro, but he is not someone that's going to be like, all right, yeah, take your time, get up your third base, get some Templar. No, he's someone who's going to be in your face. Hydras are always moving around. He has fantastic multitasking. He will be all over the place. He will definitely be putting the pressure on Dienmax and making him feel it.
Yeah, and we are looking at the stats for both the players. cRoSs generally like a round of 24, round of 16 player, but in season 17, he had his breakout into the round of 8, and I think it's justified because I can tell from my own experience versus cRoSs, the past year or past 2 years, he's definitely improved his skill from when I first, encountered him on the ladder. So it's no shocker to me to see improving performance from him. I've got high hopes for him this season. Meanwhile, Dienmax, he's round of 16, round of 24 also. He hasn't played nearly as much as cRoSs. He hasn't had that many games played, but he does qualify consistently, and he's definitely a strong Protoss. I know his PvT is especially deadly. You gotta be on top of your scans with him because he'll be hiding carriers in very tricky locations.
Yeah, definitely, like you said, tricky player. Can pull out some Mullins of his own, but he will have his hands full. All right. Are our players ready to start for game number 1? All right. So in a second here, we're going to be jumping into this match on Dark Origin. Been a good PvZ map so far. We've seen some different styles on it. We will see what Dienmax has up his sleeve playing against cRoSs.
Yep, and we are ready. It's time to get into game 1 between Dienmax and cRoSs. Okay, in the top left, representing South America, it is Dienmax.
And in the bottom right, we have cRoSs.
So yesterday we saw Forge expands from Dienmax. I'm not really, or not Dienmax, from Dark. We saw it every single game. Wonder if Dienmax is also a Forge expand player or a Gateway player. I don't play Zerg, and definitely haven't played Zerg versus Protoss versus Dienmax. But so far, it looks like we're probably going to have a Forge expand.
Yeah, it looks like it'll be Forge, even though he didn't send the probe to Scout. So maybe we're going to see some type of Nexus first build from him as well. Oh, never mind. Send it back out there. We're going to see the Forge.
Well, it might actually be a gate, isn't it? Because why else do you need a Forge this quickly?
Yeah, some players go with the 10, but I guess we're going to go with... No, we're going to go with Forge.
10 Forge?
10 okay. Forge, yeah. Not really the meta right now, but definitely still viable.
Well, it is pool first from cRoSs as expected, but it's actually a 9 pool compared to an over pool. A little bit less econ from him in the early stages.
Yeah, I think Cross playing extra safe here, doesn't want any, double gateways somewhere all over the place. So he just wanted to have his pull down faster, put some pressure on. Yeah, he didn't go in.
Yeah, I think he's waiting to see if a drone comes or if lings come, and now that he sees the drone coming, well, he knows it's definitely a pool, but he doesn't know that's an overpool. And in Dienmax's, okay, he is double cannoning. I saw only one. I thought, well, one, I know that lings can beat that.
Yeah, that was weird that he didn't want to go all the way in. You definitely want to check. I know it's tough. You don't want to miss blocking the hatchery, but a 9 pool versus an overpool, there is a significant difference with the lings there. The timing and how many they're making. Like we see Cross commit to 6 here, 5 going up there. Now, Cross pulling back was if that second cannon was that late and Cross clicked on it, he may send those lings to run by the one cannon that's up, but it was a good timing. He's fine. I like the Dienmax didn't put the cannons directly up against the forge. Players who are high level Zergs see that, they're like, I'm gonna 973 him. I'm gonna bust this guy. Like his cannons are up against there by themselves. Like they have no hope.
We've got third hatch coming down for cRoSs. 3-minute gas. I think this is pretty much everything standard as it can be after a 9 pool opener. Probe still has a generous amount of health left over, but he is pushed out of the main now. And now I hope cRoSs doesn't let him back in, just hold position on that ramp, but instead he's going to try and chase it down.
Yeah, you got to be careful. Probably want to keep that in there as long as you can. I see the Zealot, I think, coming across the map now, unless that's another probe. That thing is moving kind of fast. Maybe it is another probe coming down. Yeah, looked a little fast for a Zealot. But you got to keep in the main here with Cross, because he's a player that, could pull out his inner soul key and be like, you know what? Double den. Speed and range, same time. Busted.
Oh, I guess he must have drilled on the mineral patch as he just bullied his way in there past the drone, and we'll see that nothing unusual is going on, at least not yet. I guess we haven't confirmed a lair. I'm assuming it's at the natural.
Yes, it is. Okay, you're learning the Zerg ways, when playing PvZ. You've figured it out, the trickiness of these players.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Okay, probe does not die. And we'll confirm the lair. And in Dienmax's main, I think he has his cybernetics coming up at the back corner of it. Oh, actually, it's already done. But where's his Stargate? Or something. There should be something, whether it's built at the natural or... Oh! Straight Citadel, baby.
No Sayers. And you know what? Cross probably look at the main saying no Stargate. I think we're going to see a minimum of a 5 unit opener here from Cross and just start harassing, knowing there's no Stargate.
Yeah, and the Overlord is going to just walk away. I thought actually Dienmax might Citadel. Yeah, okay, he did. I thought he was going to Citadel his natural and then, put a Stargate in front of the Overlord to be like, haha, look, I'm actually going Stargate. But now that the Overlord's gone, maybe cancel it and go for like a flood of gateways?
Yeah, that might be a good plan here to catch Cross off guard. Try to play tricky. We did say Dienmax does have some trickiness about his play, and this is him showing it here.
Yeah, but he doesn't have +1 weapon.
Second gate.
He doesn't have weapon on air coming. I'm assuming he's upgrading speed, but he doesn't have a bunch of gates either. So, how much damage can this actually do? He's relying on speed kicking in and, somehow dealing damage with, 5 Zealots, but
yeah,
I don't think...
I've seen him play before some Pvs where he likes to do this, and he sends, 4 speed Zealot to the main, then 1 or 2 to the third, then 1 to the NAD, and the only problem with it is, like you're saying, is there's no +1, so you're not trading really effectively against the Zerglings, right? They can just hold this with pure Zergling, and you don't have that much because you went Gate, Citadel, Stargate. You should have went Gate, Stargate, so you have double gateways, pumping more Zealots early, and then you can kind of have a little bit bigger of an army there. And the other part of this is that he went Stargate, Citadel. We didn't get +1 till late, and our second gas is extremely late. So now, what do you do now? You're going to be behind on upgrades, and your Templar Archives is going to be late. And for someone like Cross, they will punish you with that.
Yeah, cRoSs is definitely going to be thrown off by the speed, but I don't think that speed is, that impactful of an upgrade that I'm willing to skip +1 weapon. And also another thing is, as you can see, mutas are out. So I'm kind of confused about this move completely. He does run right by the natural, and he will get into the main. And there's not that much DPS with the 5 mutas, but the Ling's now coming back. Okay, this was definitely not worth it. Even if he kills the Spire, who cares? Like, he'll just rebuild it.
Yeah, I don't think this was worth the Zealots, because now he's going to give up all map pressure to Craw. We get a couple drones as well, but to give up the 5 Zealots to begin, now we have nothing. We can never move out. Like, we're going to sit for a little bit here. So, is he going to catch this Sarah as well? Ooh, Sarah might make it. Might make it.
Yeah, so like he kills the Spire. All that means is that Zerg isn't going to have +1 armor and isn't going to be able to build more mutas and Scourge. But I can tell you, cRoSs probably doesn't care. He's like, well, you know what? I'll just build Hydra now. Oh, that Zealot in the main, 5 kills. That's a lot of damage.
Yep, here we go. Another group just going to run by.
Well, it could get dicey if he continues to do this run-by type of style, where he's now knocking down all the Lings. The mutas are on the back foot again, trying to scramble to get into position so that more drones don't get taken down. At cRoSs natural, he has 2 hatches there, and I think he has 3 hatches at his third, so he does have a lot of production. Meanwhile, in Dienmax's main, he's starting to scale his own production. What is that? Okay, he's in 4 gate now, something like that.
Okay, so maybe we'll have a Zealot Sair timing knowing the Spire's down, and we can catch the Muta with the Sair, kill some Overlords, and use the Zealots to body block the Hydra. The problem is I'm not sure how many Zealots we really can have at this point right now. We have a decent amount, but again, 6 has production. It's going to be difficult.
Yeah, and he just used 10 of his Zealots, so you really can't have that many. The Sair count is starting to get crazy. It's at 5. I think if your whole strategy was to snipe the Spire, you got to start moving out with your Corsairs now. You know you have air superiority. You saw that no Scourge were built. Like, this is your opportunity to actually go for a fearsome attack where the Corsairs cannot be dealt with, and that's exactly what he's doing. Now he's going to run into the natural again, but SimCity's really good. He's not going to get through this, but he may be able to pop a few Overlords.
Yeah. Cross with a fantastic SimCity there, not allowing these elves to even get close to getting in. And we see Cross's drone count is very healthy still, right? 44 and 3 bases, not a big deal. When he goes to 4th, he'll want to get up to 55. But, I mean, the upgrades are really behind Nyoken. That scares me when I'm playing Protoss and I'm behind in upgrades, because we don't have double Forge, right? So we only have +1 attack going, and I would imagine that Cross's +1 armor, or +1 attack for his Hydra's already started. Yeah, almost halfway through. So these are going to be +1 Hydra versus no armor Zealots, and those things get just chewed up, man.
I also haven't seen a single Templar get built just yet. I'm sure they're coming, but there's no Templars, even just sitting there, banking up energy. Now finally the first 2 pop out. We've got a DT coming in, Range coming in, Storm being upgraded, Robo coming in also. So Dienmax is setting up for pretty solid mid-game, but like you said, cRoSs has a really good drone count sitting at 43. He's got 6 hatch production, he's got his upgrades going, and he's basically even in supply, 108 to 95, and he's on the move now. And with no Storm, how are you going to deal with these Hydras?
I don't know. We're not going to deal well, I'll tell you that much. No Storm. Last time I checked, these Sair don't shoot down. So they're not going to be able to help us here at all. Cross is loving taking this fight by the bridge because there is no surface area for these Zealot. And Cross is not a player who's going to back up until you show him that there is some Storm, and he's going to try to micro through. And he doesn't even care. He's just going forward.
Yep. And there are a lot of Templars here.
Oh, 2 go down! No!
There's not that many cannons. This might just be it.
Cross running forward, dodging these Storms, doesn't care. Busting right through. Another good Storm does go down that time, but I don't know, man. This looks like we're going to cancel that upgrade that we wanted as well. Oh, no, it's done. We're lucky. But that Forge is going to go down. We don't have a second Forge. We have +1 Hydra.
Yeah, there's no cannons. I guess there's no
Oh, we have a
Overlord.
DT. We have a DT.
Yeah, but he's killing so much stuff. The Scourge are going to connect onto some of the Corsairs. I guess the DT will save the day. He's not willing to commit all of these Hydras just to kill a Robo. So smart move from cRoSs to turn around, but he is in the driver's seats now.
Yeah, we just wiped out Dienmax's army, right? The entire thing. We have Templars are all down. We have nothing. We're on like 8 gateways at least. Oh man, more skirts connecting with those Sair, but cRoSs already switching back to Muta. Okay. You know, all the good Zergs, this is how they get you. If they take out your Sair at any point, you're like, oh yeah, whatever, I sacrificed them, I sent them in there. There's always going to be a Muta round after. Because now he doesn't got to make Lurkers. He'll just play on mass Hydra and just go with these Mutalisks, just kill all of the Templar, and that's it.
Yeah, what is there? 3 Corsairs? There's definitely not enough anti-air. There's no Archon. There's not that many goons. I think I saw 3 goons. This third Nexus is not long for this world. It's going to get canceled. I guess cRoSs did forget about some Mutas at bottom left, so he only actually has 6 or 7 of them.
Yeah,
well, there's a shuttle on the left side.
Trying to get tricky with that shuttle. Oh, yeah. Those Muta came to play.
Yeah, the DT got in range of the Overlord, and all it did was trigger cRoSs to actually realize he has more Mutas.
It's like, thank you. I forgot about those.
Well, Dienmax needs to do crippling amounts of damage with this drop. He at least has vision with the DT to spot where the Overlord is. He needs to avoid it, but look at this. Hydras are going to the left side. And unbeknownst to them, they're most likely just going to intercept this shuttle.
Oh no, these Templar are gone, man. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, you can't fight the couple cannons, couple goons versus these Muta. They're just going to come in and just pick them off. We see probes going down now. I think we're going to see an A move here from cRoSs, but that shuttle did make it bottom left, Nyoken.
Yeah, it managed to skirt all the Overlords, unloads the DT. There's no detection at the... Okay, there is an Overlord in the main, but no defense in the main.
I'm surprised we haven't seen cRoSs move these Hydra. He has so many. He's killed all the Templar. There's nothing there. Oh! cRoSs. Oh my goodness.
Instantly.
Immediately knew, Nyoken. Immediately.
That was really good from cRoSs. He is still going to lose a couple of drones just because the DT DPS is a bit crazy. But like you said, the A move is coming, and it is already on the way. Third Nexus has no cannons. There's no Storm because he just killed them all off. And this is probably going to be the last stand of Dienmax. If he does not hold this, there's no way out of this game. cRoSs looking to get the game on his, get a game-winning move here.
Yeah, and I don't even know if we have +1 armor yet, so these goons are going to trade really, really poorly. They're just popping everywhere, blue soup. And it looks like cRoSs is going to take a stronghold right here on this game in this series, moving up 1-0.
Yeah, this was a massacre.
GG.
There's the GG, and that means cRoSs will take game 1. He's looking as strong as we expected him to be. Dienmax's build, I think it was tricky in the sense that, of course, cRoSs didn't expect speed to be that quick. But the timing, it was just weird because the Mutas are out, and it wasn't a lot of Zealots because, like you said, he's only on 1 gateway. So I'm not sure exactly what the idea behind it was.
Yeah, I mean, I like Citadel first, trying to get tricky against opponent maybe you view as better than you are. So you're like, let me do something different. Totally get it, been there. But I think we gave up too much to put the Citadel on the Stargate. I'd almost like to see him just go Citadel, 3 gates, run Zealots all over the place, do damage, and play into a mid-game with Goon, Dark Archon, because we took a late second gas, we pulled a Stargate, and that hurts our upgrades. Not getting the upgrade is just, into the mid-game, your army just can't fight as well. So, but cRoSs, really solid. Did what he had to do, held those little crazy attacks, didn't get messed up on his builds. Muta coming after he took out the Scourge, and just, pure macro of the Hydra.
Yep, big-time macro from cRoSs, and he did have a 4th base also at mid-right, so he had 7 hatch production. His 4th base wasn't technically running, so I didn't see any drones over there, but it wasn't like he was all in. He could have definitely transitioned into a normal game if he wanted. I liked when he ran with the Hydras. I liked how he attacked the Robo. He really wanted it, but then he did that Muta switch. I'm sure Dienmax was thinking oh, he's focusing the Robo. I bet Lurkers were coming, but nope. Hello, Mutas were actually on the field.
Some mind games there from cRoSs. You think I want to kill the observers? I don't. I want you to make them.
Yeah.
I want you to have them. No Lurkers here. No Lurkers here. All right, so if you're a Dienmax, what are we picking as a map?
I've seen a lot of good games on Retro, but he wants Apocalypse. I don't know, man. This seems like a really good Zerg map. I guess if you can snowball your army and be on the high ground, it makes it really hard for Zerg to stage a comeback. But we'll see. Of course, Apocalypse in the ladder map pool, so obviously he's played it quite a bit. Let's see if Dienmax can strike back in Game 2, or if it will be Zhanhun facing off versus cRoSs in the winner's match. Okay, in the top middle are Red Zerg. We've got cRoSs.
And in the bottom right, we have Dienmax. So this map gets a little tricky. Like I said, the one time here, notice that the walls here get a little weird because of the extra terrain. So I could see cRoSs going for another 9 pool again and putting pressure on Dienmax, forcing him to, choose a good build order, choose the right move to hold the Ling pressure.
Yeah, and just based on how Dienmax played last game, I expect to see Forge again, just as fast as he did in the first one. There's the forward pylon, of course, as everybody expects, and there is quite a big gap on the left side, so cRoSs could exploit that with an early pool if he wants to, but so far, I haven't seen any movement over there. This is going to be an over pool if it's going to be a pool first build. Nope.
Yeah, nope. Guess not. I guess he is just gonna play it out with the 12 hatch.
All right, 12 hatch, and it is going to be Forge expand again from Dienmax, and cRoSs got a little bit lucky here. He's going to find him first, and we'll see the Forge immediately.
Yeah, maybe we'll see some type of cannon rush here in Nyoken. Could we see the pylon behind this mineral line?
I was just about to say that. Is top left a cannonable position? Like, it doesn't seem like there's that much space.
You can do a pylon a couple of different places, and then you add a third pylon so that they can drone drill over, and then you cancel the one in the middle, and you just put a cannon there, and you're good to go. You send a second probe, and you start building cannons on the outside. Really can be effective.
That's probably why you see cRoSs with his second Overlord just hanging around the natural to make sure that there is no second probe out on the map going for a potential cannon rush. cRoSs.
I like this on Dienmax going with the Nexus, before the cannon, feeling good with the, he sees 12 hatch, you're not under pressure. You can even be a little greedy here and throw down the gateway, throw down your gas, depending on what you see and how many Lings come out. I think that'd be fantastic. And he does do that where he puts his gateway now, and then he could even take his gas.
Yeah, he can really get his build streamlined really, really good. It is going to be a cannon, though, despite not seeing any Lings just yet. He's not going to have it as his tech as fast as possible. Meanwhile, cRoSs is already scaling into his tech. He's got his gas basically done. He's got his third hatch coming up. Also, everything looks really good. Now, this is something that cRoSs does often. Is he's sneaky with his use of larva. You see that he shows drones in the main, but he's actually built Lings at the natural.
Tricky guy, getting out there.
Yep. It isn't like an overwhelming amount of Lings, but it is something that can catch you off guard if you're not paying full attention. In Dienmax's main, I still don't think there's a cybernetics just yet, despite having such a streamlined build. It is still not started. Okay, now it's finally starting.
And we're a little late on this transfer. We got to get some probes to that natural ASAP. Gotta send some Dienmax, send some over there.
And there they go. And I think last game you were pointing out that didn't Dienmax take his nat gas really early? I wonder if he'll do that again.
And the last game his was, I think, extremely late.
Late.
For the build he chose. So let's see if he does it again. There's obviously variations to your build. Sometimes you delay the second gas to go Stargate Citadel right away. You don't get +1, but you go into DTs. So you have Sarah DT early. Or you get it at a standard time because you're going to play like that 1-1 upgrade, speed leg, +1 air weapons attack. Other than that, usually you want to get it 4:15, 4:30 the absolute latest, because you need gas. Even if you start to bank some gas, it's not bad for you because you need it for the Templar later.
And Ling speed going to be kicking in momentarily. Meanwhile, the Probe's getting some good intel. Sees it is going to be Spire, and in Dienmax's main, I think it is normal opener from him. I see the Stargate type building next to his Nexus. There's another building right there too, I imagine. Oh, actually there's the Citadel. I was wondering where his Citadel. So again, another really, really fast Citadel, but not nearly as fast as last game.
And no +1 again, so I would imagine we're going to see some type of Sayer DT. That would be the only thing that kind of makes sense for the build that's happening right now.
Yeah, we saw somebody, I guess it was Dark yesterday, also skip. Was it Dark skipping the upgrades? I feel like it was. I'm not really too keen on these upgrade skips, but I guess some pro must be mixing in this type of play. It does allow you to, of course, put down more production, and as you can see, he is going into a really, really fast 3-gate follow-up.
I still don't love the delayed +1 because the power of these timings is that you two-shot the lings, right? Like, so you really want to have that out there, but I'm not sure. Maybe someone is doing it that I don't know that is playing this way. I know the Sayer DT, I've seen Rain do a ton where he skips +1 to get the faster Citadel, faster Archives, gets 3 Sayer out, kills the Overlords kills the one Overlord at the 3rd or the Nat, and then just starts streamlining in 2-3 DTs all over the place, wreaking havoc, and then he follows up with the 1-1 timing, or +1 speed leg timing on the Zealots, but we shall see. Muta out again here for cRoSs. Gonna catch this Sayer a little bit. Gonna do some damage. Or maybe just wave to it as they fly by.
Yeah. Just, hey, nice to see you, but let's meet again some other time. We've got Corsair racking. Oh, he may actually... Oh, he didn't get the Overlord kill. I guess that's why they weren't engaging that Sayer. He wanted to save his Overlord buddy. The Mutas do spot that these are somewhat quick gateways. Actually, cRoSs needs to be on the defensive, and that's why you see him back off with his Mutas right now.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of Zealots really quickly here. And I'll say Dienmax probe count, not bad, you know, pretty high up there. 730, you want to have like 43, 45, so he's close to that. Oh, as I say that, cRoSs said, no, thanks, Razz. We need to knock that number down.
Yeah. Here comes the move out, though. Now, this type of move out, actually, I was going to say I like it, but the Zealot count isn't even much higher than than a normal like 730 move out. This is still 7 or 8 Zealots. This is pretty normal. So you didn't really get much from this additional 3 gateways. cRoSs is ready for it. He's got his Sim City set up. He's got his Hydrogen down or done.
Ooh, good micro.
Yeah, good micro right there to save the Corsair. But the Sim City, there's gonna be no damage. Also, like he said, the Zealots don't have +1, so the Lings are really good, just straight up versus the Zealot.
Yeah, the Ling drone combo with the Sunken will just fend this off a bit. And once again, we're giving up map control really, really easily because we're going to have no ground units to fight here.
Sayer, goodbye. The Mutas are running for their lives, but there's not that many Sayers anymore, so I think that they're not really under any threat. I guess
It's a lot of Sayer, man.
It's a decent amount. What is it, 4? But one of them's damaging. He's building more and more Sayers. There's still no Templar Archive, I don't think. So, oh, what happened in the main? There's a full drone pull.
I guess we ran Zealots in there as well. So this one did do some damage. I mean, you see cRoSs's drone count only at 34. He was up to almost 40, so definitely got some. But we're making a lot of cannons all over. Our gateway explosion is going to be late again. Oh, that's actually not too bad. And we're making a lot more Sayer. I'd like to see him just transition into the Archives and just play from here, man. Like, you did your damage, you did your attack. You know, you've made like 8 Sayer. I mean, Zero pointing out how much gas we have. Just get into the standard game now. You're good from here. You did some damage. Get your Archives. Get your 3rd base. Be strong on the map. Make sure they don't take the high ground, and you're fine.
cRoSs, with his big econ now, is starting to pump out some Hydralisks. He's got a lot of them. He's basically even supply with Dienmax. Dienmax still no Templars. It's like mass Zealot. This is what Dark was doing yesterday. Just so many Zealots, but I don't know how he's going to overcome this amount of Hydras. The Hydras are going to have +1 pretty quickly also. Like, look, it's already halfway done, so basically a minute and a half away from being completed. I guess it will line up with the +1 armor, but the Zealots, do they? Okay, at least they do have +1 weapon, but I don't think this attack is going to work. There's multiple Sunkens, tons of Hydras sitting here.
Well, we get a lot of Overlords, though.
Oh, that's
These Sarah can do a lot of damage. Oh, across the supply block. And we're just running into the main.
We got a runner into the main. I would love it if there was like a DT mixed in, but there's no DT here. So I feel like the Hydras are going to be able to clean this up. Yes, he lost a lot of Overlords, but this is a lot of Hydras, or a lot of Zealots to lose.
Yeah, we're losing our whole army, but we did kill a lot of Overlords. Oh, we're getting some more, killing these Muta off. Good micro there from Dienmax. Be able to get another 2 or 3 Overlords on top of 3 or 4 Muta.
Yeah, and he got something like 5 or 6 drones. So actually that did a decent amount of damage. It still keeps cRoSs back also, because right now he has nothing really to deal with the Corsairs. All the Mutas died, all the Scourge died. If the Hydras are ever out of position, Overlords are going to get melted just like they are right now.
Wow, caught a whole nother chunk of them. Wow. We need to save these. I don't think we have any Templar yet, so I did see some DTs in production. I think that Dienmax is hoping to hold this attack with Cannon, Zealot, DT, but those Overlords have speed now. So they'll be able to be on the map to actually help these Hydra. Like, the DT won't be enough. Hopefully, I see 1 Templar being made, man. 1. Oh, there's 2 more. Okay.
Yeah, but we've got a... Okay, actually, Dienmax should win this fight if he's got Zealots coming through the bottom side. These Hydras may have overstepped their bounds and need to retreat. In cRoSs' rally point, I think he's just building Hydras. I was wondering if he might be building Mutas like he did last game, since he eliminated most of the Corsairs.
Yeah, we see Dienmax going here to put on some good pressure, trying to get something done with his army. I hope while behind this he'll be able to take a third. That would really help him out as well, because he does have some map control. So getting his third up now would be crucial to put some cannons down. Oh no, these Templar, man, walking solo in the middle of the map. All right, we need some juicy storms. Decent first storm. cRoSs dodges pretty well.
Really good splitting from cRoSs right there. Took almost no damage to the Zealots or the Storms, but there's still so many Zealots from Dienmax. That's another great dodge. The Zealots are now going to try and engage, but I think there's just a few too many Hydras. Wow, there's definitely way too many Hydras. These Zealots at the top side just get blasted. The Archon gets melted.
Yeah, that was really well done micro-wise by cRoSs, man. Really just dodged all those storms. Oh, we have a DT. Does get a drone.
Yep.
Oh, he sees that other one.
Yeah, he might snipe that drone that's going for the 4th base. But meanwhile, speaking of snipes, these Hydras are going to make sure that this 3rd base does not get up and running. cRoSs has a 20 supply lead right now. Massive Hydra army.
Good pick there. Dragoons do a +1 armor. Oh my goodness, what a dodge again, man.
Yeah, that was really scary. Oh, another all the Templars falling. All that's left are goons. With at least there's 4 cannon support, but if cRoSs sent his entire army, I think he just outright wins the game. This is like not even close to his full army. There's another big clump sitting on the high ground.
Yeah, we're only on 6 gateways as well, so our production isn't going to be able to match 6 hatchery production here. The Hydra is going to be coming out non-stop. We really need to add a couple more gateways. We have the money. He should throw down, you know, if he's going to stay on 2 base, get up at least 10 gateways here at this point. And he did make more. Muta, Nyoken, you must be reading into him now. You're reading into him. You know what he's doing.
And the Muta should do not very much damage. It looks like there's 3 Corsairs plus a couple cannons in position. That DT desperately wants to get some damage done, but not able to find any drone kills. There's a 2nd DT somewhere. Like, this is not the only one.
I think it died to the Hydra in the middle. Yeah, they was walking through there.
Okay, well, Scourge not able to connect on those Corsairs. And for now, both players, I guess, are going to try and just sit on their side of the map. cRoSs wants to get his 4th base up and running. Dienmax wants to get his 3rd base up and running. There's also no lurkers, which is kind of... Oh, there's the first lurker. I was like, wow, we're 14 minutes in the game and there's no lurkers. I find that surprising.
Yeah, I would have been surprised as well. I'm surprised that cRoSs's not taking his spot on Dienmax's high ground. You know, can he get the lurkers up there? Can he just block both? I mean, dude, cRoSs's got a 30 supply lead, and that's all on Hydra, man.
I know. It's crazy. If he could have gotten the high ground, like you were saying, there's no planet where Protoss ever gets out. Protoss upgrades is pretty decent. It's 2-1 versus 2-1. But Zerg is on a rampage right now. I think at any moment he could just A-move if he wants. Maybe he's evaluating how many Corsairs there are. You can see he's building more mutas. I think that's exactly what he's doing. He wants to snipe these Templars before actually making a big commitment.
Yeah, and I think we saw +3 attack on the way, not +2 armor. I didn't see double forge, so we're going to be down 1 armor to these Hydra.
Well, Dienmax, he may have made a mistake moving out like this. I think he desperately needed to just sit on his side of the map. Instead, he moves out. He's going to lose all of his Templar, and he may have poked the bear with this. cRoSs is very high in supply. He may be feeling like, oh, you don't have any AoE anymore? Well, guess it's time to die.
Sometimes, just unfortunate with these Templar going down to these Muta, man. Got to keep those Sarah with the army. But cRoSs does take a weird path.
Yeah, this is weird. This is as good of an angle as you could possibly get. But he does snipe a Templar, not before the storm gets off, though. And actually, the Zealots and the Goons cleaned up half of the army really easily. Now, actually, the Hydras are kind of in an awkward position. Maybe he can snipe this Nexus, but he's going to lose everything for it.
Yeah, he didn't really gather his army well there. He kind of got pulled apart. And, yeah, you're right. He may get this Nexus, but, I mean, we're giving up our entire army here.
Well, despite that,
can't lose all these Templar.
Yeah, he still snipes a bunch of Templars here, and he kills all of the Zealots very, very easily. Now he knows all that's left over are Goons. Dienmax at the same time tried to take a base at bottom right, but Overlord's there. cRoSs said, that is not allowed, sir. Comes over here with 12 Hydras, just denies it immediately.
No thanks. You can't have that.
No. Definitely not. Well, Dienmax, his mind out in his main is natural now, and his third base is dead, so all he can do is long distance mine.
Yeah, I mean, we really needed to take a third and a fourth at this point. We're 17 in. It's almost impossible, though. We're really low on money. I mean, cRoSs in a fantastic position. He's feeling good. He hasn't, like, overexpanded. He's not stretched too far. He's just waiting to pick up and clean up this army, which he will effectively, man. The +2 attack for the Hydra Lurk versus just +1 armor on these British units are just... They just pop them. Like, these Dragoons will just go, bye-bye. See you later. Blue soup.
And there's still a lot of mutas left over. He's looking for those Templars, and he's going to find 1, 2, 3. He gets all of them before even one storm goes off, and they all had energy. Yeah,
sometimes you're like, oh, I don't want to storm on the mutas. I may hit my... You just got to go for it. You got to try to get a storm or two down to really weaken the muta, because if not, they're just going to kill everything. And once again, cRoSs taking a poor angle with the rest of his army from the top side.
It's one of those things where you 1A, 2A, 3A across the map, and some of them go the right direction, some of them don't. It doesn't really matter, though, because the Hydra count is so huge. The Nexus is going to be denied again. There's a Lurker, and all the probes are here. So we may legitimately watch Dienmax go down to like 5 workers. That's a massive hit. Oh!
Aye. Probes going down. Templar about to go down from the other side. Zealots going down. Dienmax down to 27 probes with very few mineral patches made. He does remake his Nexus again, but we are really not mining well at all right now.
Yeah, essentially not mining at all. He's got half of his workers on his Nat Gas. cRoSs, I mean, this is just an unlosable situation. He just has to get a consolidated army. He's picked off the Templars over and over and over. And he's going to pick off the Sares now. And he's going to pick off another Templar, maybe?
Oh, no. Oh, the Observer, too. No. Oh, my goodness. We're probably going to get this Templar as well. cRoSs just being relentless, man. just relentless.
Yeah, he's waiting for that GT to come out, but Dienmax feels like he's got a chance, but really he doesn't. He's getting doubled in supply. It's high ground lurkers. There's no angle for him to attack. He didn't, kill any drones the majority of the game. He knows that it's not like Zerg is on just 3 bases. Zerg is on a 4th base. Like, he spotted it with the DT.
Yeah, I mean, he's not all in, pushing 3 base, just trying to bust you. He's played a macro game. He's got what he needs. He's in good shape. I mean, even this small group of Zerg army here is going to kill this off, right? And he's just going to counter at the same time. cRoSs is just relentless, man.
Yeah.
He doesn't stop.
He knows that there can't be much over here because he's not mining. Like, what else could you really have? Your entire army's across the map, or you assume the majority of the army. The Templar gets sniped again. It was at 72 energy. Heartbreaking for Dienmax. He's going to lose his cannon. May lose all of his probes once more.
Yeah, cRoSs just targeted them down. He knows he is in the killer position. Dienmax going down sub 60 supply. cRoSs just waiting to finish this game off.
Wonder what he's waiting for. He's probably confused, like, why didn't this guy GG yet?
Why isn't he out of here? What are we doing? And he's like, I'm not going to throw my army just away for nothing, so...
Yeah. You can see cRoSs now patrolling the bottom side of the map. He's like, dude, you're not mining. You have a hidden base, but there's no hidden base at bottom middle. Finally, Dienmax is going to try and make an attack, but it's way too late for this. He's going to lose his third Nexus. Again, there it is. GG, and cRoSs will take the series 2-0.
Yeah, cRoSs played really well. Couple different, tricks there from Dienmax, different little build orders, maybe that cRoSs isn't used to seeing because they're not, the meta, the standard play. Dienmax tried to get them off, but cRoSs held. I mean, his macro's crazy. You saw his Hydra count just gets insane really fast. Had a good drone cycle when he needed it. Balanced it out well. Really played from him, man. Just doing what he does.
Yeah, unfortunately, these Zealot timings that Dienmax were going for, really just didn't accomplish much. Like, I guess one run by into the main did a decent amount of damage, but it didn't really work out too well for him. So I think if there is a rematch between him and cRoSs, he needs to come up with something different. I'm not saying he necessarily needs to go double Stargate like we saw Dark go for, but definitely needs to do something different. But this does set us up for our winners match, which is Zhanhun versus cRoSs. I think everybody was expecting this. We're going to be going to a break first, and then we'll get into that winners match. So don't go anywhere. All right, we are back, everybody. We just saw cRoSs take down Dienmax, and now that sets us up for another Zerg versus Protoss. Zhanhun kind of dominated WolFix. WolFix never really got going in any of the games, and Zhanhun's looking as strong as ever, but he's got a formidable opponent for in cRoSs here. I don't think he's a pushover for sure. I think Zhanhun could actually be taken down by cRoSs.
Yeah, this is the match I was really hoping to see. These two guys go at it, both top level players, far and seen. Zhanhun making himself into the little bit in the Korean scene. Nothing super crazy, but getting up there. But you're right, cRoSs could take games from this guy. cRoSs could take games pretty much from anyone. So I'm excited to see these two really just get after each other in these games.
Yep, and as you can see from the screen over on the left side, we've got Apocalypse coming in again. cRoSs just played on Apocalypse versus Dienmax, so he's warmed up. He should be ready to go. Zhanhun, we saw him play some pressure builds versus WolFix with the gate opener. You know, I can't remember exactly how he plays in PvZ, but I wonder if he'll opt into gateway opener or if we'll have another Forge expand game.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what he picks for these maps, like what his build order path will be, because you know it's going to be pretty meta whatever he chooses. I have a feeling we're going to see a gateway opener. I just feel like a lot of the Chinese players like to put that pressure on. They like to push the gas pedal down, saying let's go, 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 but you never know. Maybe he just is worried that cRoSs will take him out with something early, you know, Ling Flood or something like that, so he'll play safe and just want to get into a mid game.
Yeah. Let's get into game one and see what both players come up with. It's going to be Zhanhun versus cRoSs in our winners match. Okay, in the bottom left, we do have our purple Protoss. It is Zhanhun.
And in the bottom right, we have cRoSs.
Okay, so Apocalypse stalked me here. Is this a gateway expand map? Is this a Forge expand map?
I think both are viable. They're both on the table. Like I said, the only thing about the gateway is you're going to have like a 3 Zealot block or 2 Zealot and Pro block, which can get tricky for some of these like Speedling all-ins. Like if they know you're going gateway and they just flood Lings, got to get that Forge down early, got to make sure everything's holding up. And where that pylon is placed, Nyoken, makes me think this has to be a Forge because there's going to be a pretty decent gap there.
Okay, well there's no probe move out towards the natural either, so I agree this is most likely going to be Forge. What I'm surprised to see is that the probe didn't actually try and intercept the Overlord at the right side. You know, sometimes Protoss players, they try and see if they can intercept the Overlord and then, you know, it's not there, so they go the other direction. But instead, he scouted the creep and then sent his probe toward the natural, and he's thinking that cRoSs didn't see it, but look at that, the drone actually barely sees it. But was he paying attention?
Oh, Nyoken, no way. Does cRoSs think it's a fake?
I don't think that this is really going to do much. Like, haven't Zerg players gotten really good at defending this? They know how to glitch their drones through.
The problem is he's going to put a pylon right there up against that wall, so he can't, or he should. Yep. Oh, actually, it's the cannon right away, and he only gets one drone, and it doesn't make it. That one drone makes it, but it's not going to be enough DPS for just one. He's got to get these other 2 or 3 over there. He does, but at what cost? Because we're going to have more cannons over here on the top side as well. And that one drone is not going to kill that cannon. It is going to be done in time. The top one will be canceled.
Well,
unless... No, it's not.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
This is a nightmare. If he can complete another cannon, well, this hatch is dead, 100%. But if he can start, you know, creeping cannons towards the actual choke, like Zerg actually can't get out of their base. cRoSs didn't actually get a drone out in the map either, so he can't even build a hatchery at the third base, for example.
Yeah, we're in trouble right here already with this going down. It looks like there are cannons at the main as well already.
Yeah. He can't even counter. Is cRoSs dead? Like, he has nothing going for him. He's not like, okay, yeah, he just passed out.
Wow. Well, Nyoken, is it a gateway or a forge map? It doesn't matter for our Chinese players. That means aggression no matter what. We're going to have either zealots in the mineral line or cannons behind the mineral line. Take your pick, because, wow. Really well done from Zhanhun. And that's the problem right now with these counter-rushes. I know like so many Zerg players are good at just jumping the minerals, but Pros players have gotten better at making it smaller so that there's not enough surface area. So even though when you're jumping, your drones are glitching through. Like if you would have got there earlier, you put a pylon there so that you can block the drones from actually getting across the mineral line.
You know, when he saw the probe, I actually thought like, okay, he sees it. He's just gonna like mind game Zhanhun, because Zhanhun actually didn't see the second drone get sent out. I thought he was just gonna go build a hatch at the third base. And then now this probe, you know, is sitting there waiting for the hatch to come. It never came. Zhanhun never actually scouted the main to see if it was a pool. But maybe cRoSs missed it, or maybe he thought he would be able to get stuff back there in time. But either way, Zhanhun, that was a nice opener. He gets an immediate win. And already, if I was cRoSs here, I'd be kind of tilted about how that game went. And in response, he goes for the best Zerg map in the map pool. It is going to be Dark Origin. So let's get into game 2 and see if Zhanhun can actually close it out. Okay, in the top left, in the orange, we've got Zhanhun.
And in the bottom right, it's cRoSs. I'm actually surprised he picked this map, Nyoken. I thought that he would pick a different map, especially where it's two-player split. You know, Zhanhun, being a good player, would, you know, has no problem splitting the map if that's the scenario. I know cRoSs is very strong on this map. He's a strong player overall, but I don't know if I would have picked this one.
Yeah, I don't know. Zhanhun's very, very good. It's also, you know, two-player. He could cannon rush again. Based on how well it went the first time, I wouldn't even fault him for cannon rushing again. We did see cRoSs had success here versus Dienmax. He went 9 pool in that game. And I think he's going Overlord. I think he already built that. So it's probably an overpool. Yep, there's the overpool.
It looked like a 10 gate.
Yeah.
This was just a little bit late. It looked like a 10 gate.
Yeah, he wants a little bit better econ there. Get his eco rolling, maybe get that Nexus up after just one Zealot. Probe now coming across the map.
Yeah, and a lot of times with 10 gate, you don't have to go to the main. Like, you can block the third with your probe and send your Zealot there as well, just to create some havoc at that point. Ooh. cRoSs does get the first shot off, and his drone micro is crazy. He doesn't miss the moving shots with these drones if he can get close enough.
Yeah, somehow the probe actually managed to survive, and cRoSs acted like he was going to go to the third base, but instead he's just going to plop it down at the natural.
Yeah, everything's standard here. We'll see how many Zealots Zhanhun decides to make. He sees his overpool. Got to be minimum 2 before he can put down a Nexus. We'll see if he decides to go across the map, or if he's just going to stay at home and take a quick Nexus.
And so far he is moving out, but I've seen this so many times. This is most likely just going to be a fake. Send it out towards the middle, just hang around there, and then turn around. You know, actually, Zhanhun's SimCity, is he really... Okay, now he finally stopped in the center of the map, and now we'll turn around. But the SimCity is really non-existent for Zhanhun. There's no forge. There's no, like, I guess you could sort of put down a pylon there or something weird. But if cRoSs had just sent these lings across the map instead of chasing this probe, you know, he may have been able to sneak something in.
Yeah, normally if you see that happening, you take one Zealot and a probe and you put it on the ramp to block, and you move the other Zealot around in micro until you get your third Zealot up. That'll be 2, can fight the 4. And then you wait for the Forge, or unless you're going to skip Forge and go core, put your core out there. But that's usually how you want to handle it, like this. So he'll just put it on the ramp. It's not a very good block, though, to be honest with you. With the probe, he's going to use the whole position there. There we go, much better from Zhanhun. And now these links can't get in.
Yep, and back in the main, cRoSs built a couple more lings. Like he actually built 8 lings, and that's.
I wonder if he's gonna all in this right here. Just
Yeah,
link
this-
pressure all in.
This does look interesting to have this many lings in the beginning, but to be fair, Protoss does have 3 zealots, soon to be 4 zealots. 2 of them are out in the map. One of them is committing towards the 3rd base. 100 gas got spent. We haven't confirmed lair or speed or anything just yet. I'm hoping it's a lair.
Cyber before Forge. Wow.
Yeah, he's channeling his inner mini right there. But this is a lot of lings. This is more lings than it was a moment ago. It is a ling flood. There's no lair anywhere. Zhanhun, he may have actually made a mistake here skipping that forge for so long. He has zealots out on the map also. If these lings can catch them.
Yeah, this is going to be tricky. I mean, cRoSs will have to go soon, though, because the cannon is going to start behind this. Unless he goes Stargate first, which is also an option. He does. First overpull, you could do that. I don't think we're going to have a link flood now. I think cRoSs just went speed first to hold, but that's going to mess him up a bit. If he went speed first, no lair, is not going to flood. Oh, okay, we're going to the Hydrogen as well. So this must be the speed ling Hydra bust that we've been seeing. It's been more on the scene lately, where we have Zergling speed, so Protoss feels safe, like, oh, they got Zergling speed, they're not going to go any type of 973, and then you follow up with just Hydras.
This is a lot of zealots moving across the map. It's 5 already. Okay, now he's going to back off. I think that's a smart move. But you got to remember, the probe saw that there was no lair. So he knows that something weird is going on. He should at least put down 2 cannons. There's the first one right now. Corsair's going to be coming out pretty soon also. That will give him intel onto exactly what's going on. Wow, more lings. So this isn't all in here. He is heavily committing to this. He wants to end the game.
Yeah, wow. Looks familiar. Nyoken, been here, done that. Don't send all those zealots out at once, Zhanhun. Let me tell you.
Ooh, range first. So the Hydras are going to take a while to get across the map. But when they get there, they will be able to start wailing on this forge and gateway really quickly.
The problem here is that he's going to see it all. The Sarah was so fast with the core before forge that he should see it. He will see it eventually, but
There he goes. Eric now finally going to spot some Hydras, and now the gig is up. He knows that this guy has built a lot of lings. He's built a lot of Hydras already. 2 cannons are done. He should be going into like 4 or 5. Actually, this is not an all-in because cRoSs has put down an additional hatchery, but it's only 4, and there's still no lair.
we have 2 Sarah here. Beaten away, going to kill these 2 overlords if Zhanhun recognizes. Oh, doesn't even need to recognize it. The splash damage was so far.
I don't think he can bust this, can he? He has a lot of lings, but there's a lot of zealots. He's going to deny +1 weapon. But the supply block really painful. He can't build any more Hydras.
Yeah, I didn't know if he was going to commit or just build 5 with range and just try to kill the front buildings and slow down everything else, but seems like we are seeing more units move across the map. So, but look at Zhanhun's probe count already, man. 41, really hasn't skipped a beat, exactly where he should be. About to have up to 43.
Can he win this if he goes right now? Like, he has a lot of lings. Like, he can definitely soak up a lot of shots. He's got like 24 lings. There are 9 zealots though. I don't think it would work. There's also 5 cannons, and speed should be kicking in for the zealots pretty soon.
Yeah, usually in your mind you want to do 3 cannons or 1 cannon for every 3 Hydra +1. So if he has the 9 out there, you want really, the 5 cannons should be fine. 4 or 5 cannons should hold it. 11 CA, he should be okay with this. I say that, and then he'll get busted because that's how it works in TBC.
Yeah. cRoSs is trying to transition out of this, though. He's got his lair finally coming down. He's got 5 hatch. He's got his own evolution chamber to start his upgrades. He is recovering his worker count. It's now 34, but still a big deficit versus the worker count of Zhanhun. Zhanhun sitting at 47, and he's put down pure gates. Now look at this, no more probes, just Gateway Man, 8 gate production.
Yeah, he's gonna really transition crazy in a big game. Probe count is phenomenal. Those gateway timings, you see that? It's not even 9 minutes yet. He's gonna have all 8 of those up. He'll be putting a lot of units on the map. The question is, will he go into heavier Dragoon to start right away, or is he gonna keep on the Zealot?
I think he's gonna go into a pretty good goon count. I think that cRoSs's too late to go for a Spire. I think most likely follow-up is gonna be Lurkers. So that's what I'm imagining will be the follow-up is Mascoon. We've got speed on the Overlords coming in, and cRoSs's going to hold the line, try and hold the line. Oh no, he's actually going to go.
Here he goes.
That is ready. So many Hydras. There's no Storm just yet. So, but the Lings are getting body blocked. Also, you got to remember, these Zealots do not have +1. The cannons are not really being focused down, though. These Hydras, half of them kind of bounced around and didn't help kill the Zealots.
And we do have 8 gateways behind this, so if he's just spamming Zealots at this point, he might be able to hold, but I don't know. cRoSs doing a great job getting in here. These Templar have energy, but Storm is not done. Has cRoSs done it?
He may have.
It's going to be close.
It is really close. These Zealots are dying very quickly. The Templars are starting to get focused down. The cannons are starting to get focused down. I can't believe that this happened.
Wow. Storm just kicked in here. We had 1 Storm. Oh my goodness, he's supply blocked though, Nyoken. The Sarah are doing crazy work on this side of the map. They got a ton of kills, so we can't even reinforce here with these Hydra. Whatever we have here is what we have, but Zhanhun lost some probes. This is going to be extremely close.
Yeah, 3 Zealots and an Archon trying to hold the line. The Zealots are being focused down. The Archon, he's beefy. But like you said, the supply block is just massive. Finally, cRoSs coming out of supply block. The cannon is still not set up, but it's 8 gate production. There's only 7 Hydras here.
And we have a couple Zealots. We already have 4 Zealots, some probes. Another Overlord goes down. More Overlords here that may go down. Oh my goodness, man. This is literally razor thin. This is so close.
This is super close. Zhanhun has lost a lot of probes, and now, he's basically only mining on 1 base because he pulled so many probes here. DTs start coming out. These DTs and Zealots can win the fight. The Sares are still doing work here, trying to eliminate the Overlords, but the cRoSs are going to get taken out. All that remains is 1. Zhanhun has snuck 1 DT across the map.
Yeah, he's resumed reduction here. He has a Storm.
That was a good one. Does a lot of damage.
And these DTs with these low number of Hydras can do so effective if he... Oh no, there's a lot more Hydra now. But they do a ton of damage, so he could try to hold with them, but I don't think so, man. It looks like he's done it. cRoSs looks like he's... Oh! I say that as this DT sneaks into the main, or the natural. It doesn't even go into the main. Killing off probes.
So much chaos everywhere. There's no Overlord in the natural or the main, and he just draws the DT into the main where there's more drones waiting.
Oh my goodness. And he has a lot of Templar right there.
Yeah, but the Templar is getting stuck on the ramp. Okay, there he finally able to get down. The Hydra, that was a good storm again. Another great storm hits a lot of the Hydras, but the Hydras are still coming.
He's just pumping through. We have so much production here. 28 drones, has to get it done. I think he has, man. I think he's busted him.
I think he's got him also. The DT died. There's not a lot of econ for cRoSs, but he snipes the Nexus, and now he may actually be able to get him in the main.
If he can get up this ramp, he is good. And GG from Zhanhun. Wow. cRoSs taking game 2. Killer move there, Nyoken. I was a little bit nervous going the choke with all the probes, that many Zealot, but he beat the Storm timing, so he was able to get in and just run him over.
Yeah, that timing came out of nowhere. Like, I thought if he was going to attack, we would have attacked like 2 or 3 minutes before. I'm sure Zhanhun was thinking the same thing, like, oh, you built all these units and you didn't attack. Great. I'm about to have Storm. Like, how are you going to beat me now? But cRoSs had a really slick timing. Obviously, the Overlords being taken down by the cRoSs was the saving grace for Zhanhun, but a little bit too much Hydra production from cRoSs somehow. I don't know how he was able to pull that out of the hat, but he gets a point on the board for himself, and he is now himself one game for making it out in first place.
Yeah, we know that cRoSs has that killer instinct. He went for it and he got it done. So he should be feeling good. Like, hey, I can take this guy out. I just took a game here. I could do it again. So well played from him. Now where does Zhanhun go from here?
Yeah, what maps do we have? We got Vermeer, Retro, Lobotomy, of course, but that's not getting picked.
The old lobotomy pick? Could that be coming in hot?
Lobotomy pick, aka the first lobotomy pick.
The first lobotomy pick could be here. We'll find out.
Oh, we got Citadel also. I think Retro's the pick. I think Retro's, I've just seen so many good PvZ games on there. Why not pick it? But at the same time, whenever I do see Citadel, for whatever reason, Protoss seems to do well on that map also. So out of those two, I think it comes down to those two. As you can see, our other available map is Radion. I don't think that's going to get picked. I think it's definitely going to be Retro or Vermeer. There it is, Retro.
Retro. You're reading into it. You know now.
Yep, so we're ready. This is going to be the final game of the series. Who's going to make it out in first place? And in the bottom left, it is Zhanhun.
And the bottom right, we have cRoSs. All right, no 4 pool. I thought maybe we were going to see 4 or 5 pool, something wild from cRoSs. Yeah. Why not?
Well, when that drone went off to the middle of the map, or acted like he was going to go to the middle of the map, I'm like, wait a minute, you're Zerg, man. You can't build anything out there.
You can't BBS. I know you wish, but you can't do it.
Yeah. And now that it's a 4-player map, we saw him attempt 12 hatch on Apocalypse. I feel like if I'm Zhanhun here, I would be like betting my life savings that this guy's going to go 12 hatch again. And because of that, whatever he thinks is good versus 12 hatch, that's what I would open with.
It's gonna be a forge, I assume. Maybe not. He's staying there. Is it gonna be double 9 gates in the front?
That's what I'm hoping for, man. Double 9 gate all the way. He is hanging around, so we know it's gonna be at least one. We haven't seen, I don't think, a single double gate game in BSL. If there was, it's very few. And no.
Just one. Okay. Yes.
Well,
I'm surprised.
His natural.
This SimCity is interesting to me, Nyoken. Very interesting to me.
Yeah.
No, he's coming down. I think. Okay. Never mind. Wow.
I was thinking the same thing. Like, this does seem like a weird wall, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the forge just goes at the bottom, or maybe the forge goes at the top, and you just hold the gap, like a double gap, with some zealots. But either way, this was not 12 hatch, by the way. In fact, it was a 9 pool. So if this was me, I would have gotten blown out of the water here.
Yeah, Zhanhun's going to have some trouble. He's going to put the forge at the bottom, but I think it's going to be a 3 zealot gap on the top.
Yeah, it looked really big.
It's going to be definitely difficult versus a 9 pool here from cRoSs, who's going to be applying max pressure.
And he didn't actually confirm the pool timing. Now he's going to see the lanes and, hit 6 of them.
He's still sending his zealot. Okay, I'm about to say, whoa, wait a second here. Wait a second. What are we doing, Zhanhun? Calm down. And we're going to go 3 pylon variant so that we can get extra zealots to kind of put pressure back. This is a good thing that you can do, right, as pros, is you could add a 3rd pylon, delay your nexus a little bit, since they delayed the hatchery. Just non-stop zealot production, you can really press them to make more lings and no drones because their larva count is so much lower.
Despite this massive gap, only 3 lings went across the map, and the zealot and probe is on the ramp to hold the line there. It does seem like Zhanhun already shut this down really easily. The probe is even gonna deny this hatchery a little bit.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see Zhanhun make a whole bunch of zealots here. Ooh.
Well, he's already got 3 of them. He's probably gonna have 4 pretty soon. No, maybe not. And I was thinking that was
gas.
Yeah, it seems fast.
Before forge, gas before forge against the 9 pool. It's brave man here, brave fellow.
Yeah. Well, he's dealt so well with the ling so far. it doesn't surprise me that he's just going to try and go for this. I mean, he's going to have massive tech advantage. He's going to have massive, lead in that aspect. And he saw that there weren't that many more lanes being built.
Yeah, so he's getting it done. I mean, this is very risky. Like, if cRoSs just goes speed and made a ton of lanes, like you just die. Right?
Yeah.
Like, oh no, he did go Forge first. Okay.
Forge in the main.
Out here. Forge in the main.
Oh wow! cRoSs doesn't commit to get that Zealot. That was smart. He's gonna save 4 of these lanes, but actually he's in kind of an awkward position. His econ is not good. He's gonna get hit by 4 Zealots. He's forced to build lings, but at the same time, Protoss doesn't have cannon, so it's like, well, I want to attack, but I can't really attack.
Yeah, this is really a tricky spot. You're trying to figure out how much can you pressure, how much can you stay. cRoSs trying to make drones, not Zerglings known, but knows that it's going to be very difficult. Look at him blocking here. He's going to go out with that 1 and harass.
It's a smart move. Put those Zealots on the ramp, just trade as effective as possible, and then just harass with 1 Zealot. Meanwhile, these Zealots, are they going to avoid the Ling? If this Ling doesn't spot it, he's just going to have free reign over the natural.
Yeah, this is not good. cRoSs thinking he's doing a good thing right here by going with, the second group of Zerglings behind to trap these 2, which is fantastic. But you know what? Surprise, surprise. There's 3 in your nat, man. Oh, yeah. Man. And he's got to make a lot of Zerglings.
He's had to build so many lings. I don't even know. Did he start lair? I know he's got speed clearly. Okay, he does have a lair, but there's drones now.
Wow, good pull. Oh man.
All you can do is all in, right? I think all you can do is like Ling Lurker all in and try and pray that the Lurker spines can plow through the cannons.
I mean, these Zealots aren't even cleaned up yet. We have a Zealot at the 3rd. cRoSs maybe going to try to go for a counter here with his Zerglings and just try to get it done. That Zealot is now killing drones at the 3rd base. Has already killed 1, is chasing the other 2. Oh my goodness, these are not dead. And there's a Sair on top of the Overlords right now. Zhanhun is everywhere right now, man. Just putting on so much pressure.
Yeah, this is perfection from Zhanhun. He's going to snipe another drone. No, he doesn't get it, but he could have. Okay. He puts cRoSs into the red. cRoSs, all he can do is have this 1 Hydra try and deal with the Overlord. Actually, a couple more pop out, but there's 2 more Zealots into the 3rd base. Absolutely nothing going right for cRoSs. Zhanhun's almost at the sweet spot with his workers also. He's at 39 probes.
Ooh, guess the Hydra. Yeah, and he sees 2 drones at the 3rd for cRoSs, so he's feeling really good. He knows he's just got to live, hit his gateway explosion, and just end the game, man.
Yep, and he knows all the damage he's done. He can afford to build lots of cannons just to make sure he doesn't die. And he's fine going into mid-game. All Zerg can do now is pretty much all in. Zerg's going to try and go for speed on the Hydras. He's going to go for like a normal-ish Hydra type of play. But I feel like he needs to really do something crazy here because his eco is devastated. Protoss is going to put down the 8 gates pretty soon. I don't think he can play a normal game from this position, but cRoSs is going to try.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for sure. I mean, he did get down the 4th hatchery, so he's got some more larva production going on, but here we are now, 7:53, and we only have 4 hatcheries, 3 completed, 1 almost done, so his production is hurting at this point.
Yep, there's the 5th hatch. 5th, not 6th. 8 minutes into the game. Armor upgrade coming in for Protoss. I didn't see an evolution chamber for cRoSs yet. So unlike other games where he was matching the upgrades of Protoss, he's going to be behind this time. He still doesn't have his nat gas. There's no chance of there being like a muta switch or anything. He's now gotten a decent amount of econ that he's going to start pumping out some Hydras. We've got a small task force of Zealots moving across the map, but well, actually, there's more Zealots than there are Hydras, so this might actually do some damage.
Yeah, and he's got +1, so they'll trade effectively against the Lings. They'll tear these down fast. And he's got to be careful where he sends these Hydra, because if he sends all the Hydra from his Nat, that is going to leave the Overlords exposed here at the natural.
Yeah, the Corsairs are doing work again. cRoSs is supply blocked 50 out of 52. The Corsairs are trying to find some Overlords, and there they all are. There are enough Hydras to push this back, though. We'll trade one Sair. Well, that was nice for cRoSs. He gets actually something.
Yeah, I think we're going to see cRoSs go for it, like you were saying, Nick. We're just going to see non-stop Hydra, and just hit the natural, hoping we beat Storm timing. Oh, no. There's no Overlord yet, Nyoken.
Yeah.
There's no Overlord yet. It's just relentless. He sees it, though. cRoSs has been so diligent with his units and his drones, just pulling them as soon as he sees the blur. I don't know what this DT is doing other than making sure it dies, being in the middle. Oh my goodness, got another drone before he went down.
Looking pretty ugly for our Zerg player. Zhanhun should have all his gateways done in a second. He's up to 8 gate right now. He's got his cybernetic spinning. Goons are going to start coming in. Robo's done. Lurker switch. That's not going to be effective at all. Still cRoSs fighting. He's got 43 workers now. He does have high ground, I guess, at his third base, so he should be able to hold that. But the real threat is how's he going to hold the natural? Like, he just doesn't have critical mass of anything. Corsair will get sniped again.
Well done by cRoSs, and he got up to 45 drones, so he's feeling decent, at least with that, right? Oh, another attack, man. It's like relentless, just never ending.
Yeah. And the thing is Zerg has no vision. Like, he has no idea when there's a move out. This attack just seems like it's coming at a random time. There's more Zealots than there are Hydras. The Sim City didn't really help that much. Now there's more Hydras in the back, and they will save the day. But Zhanhun can continuously make this trade over and over and over. cRoSs has crawled back a little bit. It's 110 to 70 now. But you got to remember, Zhanhun's been doing this without Storm. Like, it's just Zealots so far. And if he's having a hard time with just Zealots, can't imagine how big the struggle is going to be once the Goons and Templars start coming in.
Yeah, I mean, the upgrades are going to be hurting. We just see the Evo Chamber kind of going down now. But I think Zhanhun knows as long as he gets a good little death ball going, he should be able to bust cRoSs without any problems.
This is a lot of Hydras trying to deny this third base, but it is high ground, and Protoss already able to reinforce his position. He's going to put down that Nexus. 8 gate in full swing now. cRoSs trying to do something with these Hydras, just there's nowhere to attack.
Yeah. Zhanhun's pretty buttoned up here. He's like, I'm not going to allow you to do anything. Maybe we'll see a mass drop. Maybe he's positioning for a drop.
Yeah. Could be.
There you go.
I think at least with the drop, you've eliminated a lot of the Corsairs. They can't intercept your Overlords anymore. You know where the units are.
He's going to hit the third at the same time.
Yeah. If he draws the units over here, maybe he can knock down all these gateways, force or buy a decent amount of time.
All right, that's a lot of Hydra in there. 24 Hydra coming in. Zhanhun panicking.
I don't know about this particular drop. I don't think that this is actually what he needs to kill. The Nexus, this base is almost already mined out. Maybe it would have been better to get the gateways, but either way, it wasn't really that many Hydras anyways. How much damage could he actually get? The Storms are really good. Zhanhun saved all of his probes, by the way. And this did basically nothing.
Yeah, this didn't really hurt cRoSs Zhanhun, other than just kind of running drones. And when you're cross position, you lose all these Hydra. Look at the unit count right now already, right? 120 to 88, almost 130 to 90 now. Zhanhun is feeling great. He cleaned that up, killed a bunch of army, defended his third. He's on 3 gas versus 3 gas. He is really in the driver's seat here.
Yep, I think cRoSs may try and go for another drop here, but already Goons and Storm is in position.
Good dodging from cRoSs, as he's been doing all day.
There's just so many Storms, though. He hit a lot of the Hydras. Dragoons, I think, are going to win this fight, or if they lose, it's just barely. And Zhanhun's now going to be up 50 supply, 60 supply. Overlord's going to start dying to these Dragoons. Again, another attack, or at least attempted attack, at the third base from cRoSs, but Zhanhun, I don't think will take any damage there. And finally, Zhanhun's going to be on the offensive with his real armor. There's so many cannons, so that's not going to work. But Zhanhun does turn around instead of attacking.
Yeah, I think he just wants to keep these bases secure and just kind of try to get damage done and not take any damage from cRoSs. But cRoSs doing a good job here. He has that Lurker Egg on the ramp. Too bad it was injured, so it died pretty quickly. Oh, can he get another one? Snipe the Observer. Snipes the one Observer. Can he get the... Oh, there's two more. One more.
Yeah, two more. And that's a good attempt from cRoSs, but in the end, it gets denied. And now, it's a 70 supply league with +2 armor versus... What, do the Hydras even have +1? Okay, they do.
But no +2 on the way yet. So Zhanhun, I think, is now saying, you know what? You've wasted a lot of units. You dropped in my main. You went into the mid-left. I think it's my turn to have a chance to attack you.
And here he goes again, one more time with the drop, but I think Zhanhun is just going to end the game here. He's up so much supply. cRoSs is desperately trying to get another base. This base is mined out. This drop, even if it is successful, isn't really going to kill much. And Zhanhun, he's got his eyes set on mid-right. cRoSs focus fired there to get some probe kills. Oh, actually, Zhanhun hooking around towards the natural. cRoSs is doing a really good job to, make the game crazy, but there's no way to engage this army. It's just impossible. He can never win a fight versus this army.
Yeah, I mean, Zhanhun up here, 100 supply. cRoSs doing a really good job. Making sunkens. Doesn't want to surrender just yet. I love the fighting them, not going down yet. Thinking, hey, I've killed some probes. Maybe I could do something, but we know this is maybe just a little bit too late here. We have 170 supply versus 60 supply.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the GG to come out. The army is big enough to split the defense, or split the offense and the defense. He kills the natural and sees all these sunkens, and now he's probably thinking like, well, that's great, man. I'll just go attack this other base that doesn't have all those sunkens. Instead, actually, Zhanhun, he's turning around.
Maybe he's just going to check top right, make sure there's nothing extra, and there's no hidden bases, there's nothing going on. Oh, and cRoSs then ends up tapping out right there. I think he recognized the situation he was in, but well played from Zhanhun there, man. He was all over the place. Zealots in the third, Zealots in the net, Zealots in the main, Sair, just everywhere. DT. cRoSs just unfortunate that kind of, he just missed a couple of those Zealot move outs, so he couldn't really bring his Lings in position. The Zealots just were like, oh, surprise, I'm here. And that's tough. So well played to Zhanhun. Congratulations to him. He will be moving out of this group to the round of 16. cRoSs falling down to the losers part of the bracket, but I'm sure he's still feeling pretty confident that he can make it out of the group.
I'm sure he is, and he's not out of the tournament just yet. He's going to be waiting for the winners of WolFix versus Dienmax, but before we get into that game, of course, we've got a break, and we'll find out who's going to be eliminated. Okay, no break. We're just going straight.
We're just going for it.
We're going for it. We're speed running this group. We're going to get into WolFix versus Dienmax next. This is going to be a PvT, starting off on Apocalypse again. WolFix, even though he kind of got crushed by Zhanhun, if he didn't have such a bad early game in those games, like, he could have actually had a fighting chance. It's just unfortunate that everything was just down in the dumps from like the 3-minute mark. So as long as he gets it together in the early stages, I think he can do okay versus Dienmax.
Yeah, I think this would be a good matchup. Excited to see what WolFix can do versus him. I mean, like we said, the start for his 2 games against Zhanhun were just so difficult. So hopefully he'll be able to clean that up, not having as many issues, and show us that macro that he had into the second game with Zhanhun and take out Dienmax.
We're getting a look at the stats again. Dienmax consistently in the round of, or in BSL ProLeague. As I stated earlier, WolFix, he was one of the original players of BSL Season 1. I mean, that's some pretty old school right there. He's been playing for quite a while in this tournament. Good to see him back in Season S18. Now we know Apocalypse is our first map here. You think anybody lets through a 2-player map in our second map, regardless of who wins? Do you think we're going to have Dark Origin? You think we'll have Radeon? You know, we haven't seen that all day today.
Well, maybe we'll even see Lobotomy. Maybe if, Dienmax is like, oh, WolFix bans Dark Origin. Boom, Lobotomy, baby. Let's go.
And our players are ready. Let's get into game 1. Okay, in the top middle, we do have our Terran. It is WolFix.
And in the bottom right, we have Dienmax. Alrighty. So it'll be interesting to see what Dienmax decides to go for. Will he do a forward gate on this map, put some pressure on WolFix? He's just going to play standard, open up with something like a 21 or 23 Nexus, or hey, will we see another 12 Nexus?
We definitely could. It's a common build on Apocalypse. WolFix, I don't think we're going to see gasless, just simply because he opened 12 gas both games versus Zhanhun. I imagine he's probably just going to go for something similar here.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. Maybe WolFix will pull out a gasless. Gasless is pretty viable on this map as well, right?
Yeah, you can definitely go gasless on this map. It's actually, just fine. Your third base is also really close, so if you get your econ rolling and then transition that into like a fast third base or a fast timing, it's obviously really good. But I think in general, foreigners don't really play gasless that much. Like, it just doesn't happen for whatever reason, and there is the racks. For now, we'll see if a gas comes down in a second. We've got Dienmax with somewhat of a quick scout, but it's not quick enough to gas steal.
Gas does go down for WolFix, so another 12 gas. Standard from him in all these games so far.
And Pro will see that it is a normal opener. And Dienmax, trying to remember, in my experience, is he someone that plays Zealot? I actually think he is. I think he's one of those players that will pressure you, try and make you make a mistake, and try and capitalize with, in my experience, him going for like an eco follow-up, like he'll try and get away with skipping a goon or building an additional nexus or getting a faster nexus, maybe skipping range. But so far, he has not built the Zealot.
Yeah, it seems like he just wants to play with a goon opener here, nothing crazy. WolFix gonna get the last scout, unknown to him. Gotta be careful. I wonder if Dienmax is someone who would just throw a Citadel down, just get a little extra tricky. Oh, nope. Spinning core, so probably not. Was that range before goon?
It does look like
range.
It. Yeah, range.
Range.
Wow, that's a head scratcher right there. Why he wants to get range so quick? Yeah, big brain move right there. I can understand rushing range if it's versus gasless. You want to get as much damage done with that bunker as possible. But versus this, I don't know. Maybe he has experience versus WolFix. Maybe he knows that, hey, this guy goes for FDs or whatever. You need the range ASAP. But from what I'm seeing from WolFix, everything's normal. Like, this is 3 Marines, most likely a Vulture into Command Center.
Ooh, blocks the SCV, gonna get it. I wonder if WolFix thinks that's the 3rd pylon. But
he might. He did miss it at the bottom side of the base. There's the Vulture for WolFix add-on coming in, Command Center coming in. And if you remember the game of WolFix versus Zhanhun, remember WolFix was up 3 workers versus Zhanhun. Now he's down 4 workers, and we're only at the 4-minute mark. So this is already not going well for WolFix.
But Dienmax just starts his natural Nexus.
Yeah, Dienmax did go for a weird timing of this Nexus. Is what a 28 Nexus or something? Like, yeah, he really did build a ton of goons first before getting this down. I mean, that's kind of what a lot of foreigners do, is they just build a lot of units. And it can be effective versus people that like to push. Like, I think Radley is one of them. Like, versus someone like Radley, you want to have a lot of units in the early stages. But this time, WolFix isn't making an early push. He is just playing normal. Was that Siege? No, it's Mines.
Nope.
Okay, well, he's building more Marines. So actually, it's going to be a good thing that Dienmax built all these units, because this is going to be a one fact, probably like 5 or 6 Marines, rallied Vulture with a tank.
We're floating 400 mineral. I didn't know if we were going to go for another Nexus right now, or we're going to add 2 more gateways. But we're floating a little bit. I wonder if Dienmax is a little unsure about how he wants to play this out.
I think it's going to be another Nexus, actually. Dienmax, like I said, he's a greedy person. Like, he'll win one fight and just immediately expand again. It could be an additional gate. He does have a pylon at bottom middle. It does look like this could be, support bank.
Wait,
the fact that there's...
Is that gas taken at the Nat already, Nyoken? Are we going to see 2-base carrier?
He's a carrier type of player, but... Whoa, wait a minute. He doesn't have range then? What happened? Did he cancel range?
Wait a second here. What did we cancel range for?
Well, if he wanted to get killed by this push, this was definitely a big brain play, because I'm pretty sure he's going to die here. This is 5 Marines, 2 tanks. You have no range. You only have 3 goons. You don't even have detection. He's building a zealot. I mean, he might as well, because the goons aren't going to be effective.
We're dead, man.
That's what I'm thinking. There's no way that he can hold this. He has to buy time for this Reaver to get out. And right now, I guess he does sack a gate and a shield battery. Those do take a while to get through. Wonder what WolFix is thinking here. Like, is it DT? Like, why aren't you engaging me with goons? There's no Reaver.
Yeah, I'm actually a little confused as to why WolFix didn't go in. Like, what was he waiting for? Like, why are we sieging this Nexus and attacking the pylon? I feel like we could have just ended the game.
Yeah, I don't know what's keeping him from actually pushing in here. He saw that there wasn't very much. I guess he probably can't believe that it was this easy. And I also can't believe that it's looking like it's this easy. But the Reaver is actually out now. He's going to try and shuttle bomb on top of this tank. It's actually not a lot of support for this tank right here. Reaver unloads, gets off a good shot. If he can get another shot like that, those Vultures and... Oh, he didn't get the final shot on the Reaver.
I think Dienmax has done it, though. It's only 1 tank, a couple mines. If he runs the Zealot through and just drops on top with the Reaver and the Goons, he's okay. But unless we run right into this turret. But the worker count now is heavily in the favor of WolFix. So, Citadel?
This is a weird game. Citadel with support pay off of 1 gate. He took his nat gas immediately. It's 7.5 minutes into the game. Academy's coming in. eBay's obviously already done. I don't even know what to say. Protoss's build is just legitimately all over the place.
I also don't know what to say, even as a Protoss player, to what we're thinking right now. I don't know if we're going to try to just get a ton of Speed Zealot and we're going to go like double drop. We're taking a 3rd Nexus now. We did find an area where there are no turrets.
And he's got speed on his Reaver, which has 50 health. So 1 single seed shot will kill it. And also Dienmax taking a 3rd base after this. He may actually.
Oh my God! No, we're gonna. Oh
whoa,
my God!
That was so close. He may actually kill multiple depots. Those are burning depots.
All right, WolFix just making sure that he doesn't get hurt by this Reaver drop. Dienmax in his main looks like he hasn't added any gateways yet, so we're going to a 3rd base with 2 gateways. If I was WolFix and I scanned 2 gateways and a 3rd Nexus, I would immediately unsiege and just walk across the map. It doesn't take much for me even not as a Terran player. If I saw that, I'd know, all right, it's time to go kill this guy.
Yeah, surprisingly, WolFix is not flooding factories like he generally does. Like, even in the... Okay, there we go. Even in the Citadel game, he went for 5 fact before an expansion, and now he is building his 4th and 5th back. He's got his +1 weapon coming in, but yeah, this is going to be extremely tough to stop, assuming WolFix goes for a timing. In Dienmax's main, there's a big building that got put by his Nexus. Okay, that's a gate.
And he sees that the 4th gateway is just completed.
Well, Dienmax does like to go carriers. I guess he hasn't... Whoa, okay, he puts down a command center. I think this should have been a 7-fact game, especially after all the damage that he did, but 3rd command center is going to be fine. But if we look at supply, he's up supply. You know, if you're even with Protoss at this point in the game, I mean, that's fantastic for Terrence. I don't think this is going to bite him in the butt. WolFix will just play a big macro game from here. He does need to be diligent with his scans because, as I stated, Dienmax will go carriers, and he will do it like just at any moment. So he needs to diligently scan the bottom side of that of the main Nexus to make sure that that's not happening.
Yeah, I mean, Dienmax puts himself in a good spot here with these Reapers on the high ground. Oh my goodness, we're not siege, so we're taking shots. Dienmax moving in here for an attack of his own, takes out 2 tanks already, picks up that Reaper, doesn't get hit. 1 goes down, but another tank dead. What is going on here, Nyoken? Are we pushing through?
Yeah, where are the tanks from WolFix? There weren't that many tanks. He didn't have a SimCity set up, and Dienmax caught him. Where's the supply? I guess he just doesn't have any, because 4 of them are Marines, 65 of it is SCVs, a couple of them are Vultures, and this was a really good attack from Dienmax. Now he's threatening the natural, he's threatening the 3rd command, so he's got a Reaper in the main. That Reaper already got off a juicy shot.
Oh my goodness. SCVs going down left and right here. WolFix panicking, lifted that other command center, and it's burning on top of his actual natural command center. And all of a sudden, this game has been turned on his head, Nyoken. Dienmax wipes the tank count, kills a bunch of SCVs, and here comes Speedzealot. He's not stopped, man. He's going to try to end the game here.
I think he's going to end the game here because there's nothing really left for WolFix. He's in mega trouble here. There's no tanks to deal with the goons anymore.
There's no tanks to deal with the goons. Command center's burning in the front, floating out, tanking damage, but we're running our goon in there, clearing it. SCV's going down for WolFix here. I don't know how Dienmax has done this, but somehow, even only on 2 to 3 gateways, he was able to muster up the army to bust WolFix at his 3rd.
I don't know how this turned into such a disaster for WolFix. He had even supply. I mean, you're in such a good position as Terran. You took no damage to the Reaver. You kept Protoss back for so long. Now Protoss has a big bank. He's got 8 gate. He's got Templars coming. He's got his tech rolling. I guess WolFix has prevented a 4th base from coming down, but Dienmax is completely in the driver's seat now.
Yeah, I mean, Dienmax is just got to be. I mean, you reset the tank count. You denied the 3rd. You're going to take the high ground. You have your 3rd in your own. You can take a 4th. The tank count is 4 right now, Nyoken. 4. I mean, I don't know if he can even take this 3rd right now like he wants. Yeah, I don't think he can. He doesn't have enough stuff. Protoss is just like rallied to this position. He doesn't have starport for +2, I don't think. Or maybe I'm wrong, but either way, oh, he does. He does have +2 coming. It's a way long ways away. In Dienmax's main, I saw that he's put down his Stargate. He's going to be going into Arbiters most likely. Could go carriers also. Yeah, and we're up 50, 60 supply right here. And here he goes, Dienmax saying, I'm coming in for more. I mean, I don't know where his supply is. I think we have a lot of supply at home right now for Dienmax, but oh my god, that Mind Drag! Those tanks are super weak. We're going to reset the tank count again. All the tanks are going to die once more. WolFix is struggling to get this 3rd base. Any move he makes gets denied by these goons and zealots. That was a big mine hit, but even that big of a mine hit isn't enough. There's still no tanks. Yeah, it's not good. I'm a little bit shocked here, Nyoken, that this is how the game turned out to be. We're about to lose that third command center. We have two double Reaver about to be dropped in behind. Oh, my goodness. See ya. And GG from WolFix.
Yeah,
Wow.
WolFix saw enough there with so many tanks dying. He's like, get me out of this game. He wants to just go into game 2. And what a comeback from Dienmax. Rush range, cancel range, go robo, get range back, have one gate while going Citadel, mine your gas immediately at your natural, and still somehow takes the win.
Go 3 Nexus on 2 gateways. That was partially the key there, Nyoken. You know, you need to have that as well. I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. I've never seen the get range first, cancel range, get it a second time. That's a new one to me, but WolFix has got to shake that one off, knowing that if he watches the replay, he's going to definitely be mad at himself. So you got to shake that one off and just get ready for game number 2.
It will be his pick now. He did pick Citadel earlier, and his strategy on there looked good. As I was stating, he just took way too much damage in the early game. Dienmax, he didn't rally any zealots. He didn't have a forward gate. So if I'm WolFix here, I'm picking Citadel again, but he's decided he wants Vermeer. Maybe Citadel got vetoed. So let's get into game 2 between WolFix and Dienmax. Okay, in the top left, we do have our red Protoss. It's Dienmax.
In the top right, we have WolFix. Now, Nyoken just saying the center is buildable.
It is, but nobody's willing to BBS, man. Nobody double gates in the middle for whatever reason.
Hey, like I said the other day, I know one who has done it so far in this tournament. Yeah. And then I know that guy well.
I know him. I saw him pull it out. I couldn't believe what I was watching.
Getting crazy. Might be the time for Dienmax to do it right here. Double gate in the middle with the forge in the main and just get him.
Well, it's not going to happen this time. Wish it did, but it is just going to be pylon in the main. WolFix, no BBS for him either. Depot in the main. I don't think anything's going to be different. I think it's just going to be the same thing we've seen from WolFix in all the games. Just 5-fact, maybe do a tiny. I guess that was a little different, but you know, he wasn't able to even attempt that versus Zhanhun because he didn't have any Marines.
Yeah, the move out was great. I just think he had to go in last game, right? If he goes in, I think he gets the win right away. Just insta-win, lays the mines, kills the Nexus with the 3 tanks. You know, you have a lot of DPS. But
well, that's a somewhat fast scout right there coming in, and WolFix, this may actually be gasless because he has not taken his natural. He just intercept the probe. Now he's probably going to transition this into a gas because you don't want to get gas stolen while going gasless, obviously. But this is going to be like a hybrid type of gas play. I wonder if Dienmax will even notice this. This is 155 gas compared to 140, so it's about a 15-second delayed.
Yeah, I don't know if he got up there in time to see it. He should notice with how far along it is, but probably just focused on harassing. Standard stuff so far from Dienmax, nothing too crazy. We'll see if he decides to do something wild again with the range, no range again, fake out.
Yeah, well, rushing range this time would actually be pretty decent because this does look like it's going to be somewhat quick command center, delayed factory. Luckily for the WolFix, he does find him first, and we'll be able to get a judge on how fast that cybernetics starts spinning. Let's see it. Range first.
Range first, baby.
I can't. Maybe I've just been out of the loop for too long, and maybe I'm not paying attention in my own games.
This is it. Seeing it here first. Range first.
Yeah, he is going to put down that command center ASAP from WolFix. Actually, did he mine 1 on gas to be able to do this? I don't see his factory. It seems like he just got the gas so couldn't get gas stolen and then focused on getting more minerals to get that command center down. And what happened to the probe? Did it escape? Or did it... I'm hoping it escaped, right?
I think it died.
Well, that's not ideal.
Yep, there it is. SCV got it.
Ooh. Now not only does he get the kill, but now he doesn't really have to worry about there being proxy shenanigans. He doesn't have to worry about, you know, let's say it was a fake and now it's going DT. Like, you know, you don't have to worry about forward DTs anymore. This is already a good opener from WolFix.
Yeah. I mean, his command center is so much further ahead than Dienmax. I'm not quite sure why we're going with this 28 Nexus. I feel like this hasn't been part of the meta really in a long, long time. You know, delaying your Nexus this long to get a bunch of Dragoons out.
It's again like another 28 Nexus. This is the exact same thing we saw last game. I think if I was WolFix here, I would just do the same thing, which is more Marines, more, you know, the double tank Vulture rally. I guess it will be a little bit weird because he opened command center first, so the timing's going to be a little bit off. But I would at least try it, poke out, and see if you can get something done. In response, is that a starport in his main? Ooh, fast starport.
All right, we're mixing it up. We're going to try to get some kills on some probes. Could work out here.
And this bunker is going to be repaired. Only 2 goons, so not a lot of pressure. Despite having the fast command center, WolFix not that far ahead in workers, at least not just yet. He's got them pumping out though, so I'm sure it will shoot up pretty soon. Dienmax had that dreaded 33 out of 33 supply block, so that's going to hurt a little bit. Second gate for Dienmax. He's going to start ramping up the goon count pretty quickly. I think this is going to be an observer follow-up since there's 2 gate.
Yeah, it would make sense for him to just go observer, see what's going on. You know, what are we dealing with here from the Terran? But I think this dropship is going to get out rather quickly. Like, we're not going to see this.
Yeah, this is a really fast dropship, or a really fast starport, I mean. And this is kind of a disguised move also because it's a tank with siege mode. You know, it's a lot of gas going into that. Don't think you're really expecting it to be a starport when it's opened like this. You haven't seen any vultures open, but as I say, that Dragoon's getting into position.
Obviously, the siege mode was a tip-off here, Nyoken. You know, you gotta sort through it.
And these goons, they're in a fantastic spot, but there is still lack of SimCity at the top side. Probe needs to immediately build a pylon up there to try between the Nexus and the observatory to prevent those vultures from getting in. He's not going. He's not going immediately.
He knows
it's a tank.
Oh.
I didn't even notice that. Tank plus vulture. Maybe he's waiting for mines or something. Unload. Where's that? Oh, he's just gonna try and fight here. Did that tank even fire? Oh, wow. Actually, Dienmax had a really fast response. He sniped the dropship.
My goodness, man. Okay,
by the way,
damage on it, but that's big.
Yeah, that's really well done from Dienmax, and as Zero pointed out, at the same time, Dienmax put down that pylon, so even if the vultures unloaded and tried to do a run by, they would not have gotten in. So really well done from WolFix, or from Dienmax. Behind this, WolFix really hasn't missed a beat on his eco though. He's got 40 workers. Now he can start going into his 5-fact follow-up, which is a common move after a starport. Meanwhile, Dienmax has taken a third base at mid-left.
Yeah. Did we sacrifice earlier armory for the starport? Like, what are we giving up for the starport?
Not much, really, other than, of course, having a later armory, but that's kind of fine because people are playing later armory builds. You don't have presence with your vultures, I guess. But, I mean, you're not really sacking a lot because this was a gasless opener, so everything's probably just going to line up fine in, you know, around like the 10-12 minute mark. WolFix is doing what he did versus Zhanhun. It looks like he's slowly creeping to try and take a third base.
Yeah, I think that's what his plan is, picking this map, right? We're just going to take a third base and go for it. If I was Dienmax and I kind of knew that, he's going to try to pick these 2 tanks, or at least one of the tanks, saying, man, you're coming a little bit too far out here. We're just going to pick a tank and be out. 2 goons for a tank? It's okay. It's not great. It's okay, though. 4-gate production here. Looking to take his fourth, it seems like, Dienmax. We'll see what if he decides he wants to go into Gateway Man or if he's going to tack into something heavier like carriers.
Yeah, he's just doing a good job keeping the tanks at bay, you know, making WolFix sack an SCV, sack a turret every single time he's going out there. It is Citadel. This does lead me to believe that it is going to be gateways. And as I see that, there's 3 more coming down. He's already getting speed. So this is definitely going to be an attack. This is definitely going to be one of those, oh, Terran, you're out of position. I'm just immediately pouncing on this. Because there's no other reason to get speed this quickly.
Yeah, just like to see him go up to like 8 gateways then. You know, really start getting that production going. Because already on 5-fac, Command Center has started. Tank count at 5 right now, but by the time he moves out, it'll probably be around 9. So a lot of tanks there.
Dragoons moving into position to intercept some Vulture run-bys, but there are not any right there. Tank count is starting to get pretty big for WolFix. He's what, at like 6 now? He's got double add-on. Still no commands. That must be a command center that's being built right there. Yeah, it's halfway done. Remember, he's got his starport done, so he can start scaling into his +2 pretty soon. And as I say, that science facility comes down. Second armory coming down. Everything looks pretty good to me for WolFix. Dienmax. Okay, there we go. There's the 4th next. I was like, he's gotten a fast 3rd base, but what I'm looking to see is how fast will he get his 4th, and it looks like it's basically online in just a second.
Yeah, he needs to make a decision. Are we going to go for bus play and try to get this now as it's coming down, or are we going to take more bases and start clearing stuff? Because we're stuck in like, look, I think we're up to 8 gateways, but we needed them a little early. We need to get these zealot rounds out to try to get on top of these tanks. Because this does not look like enough units to bust this position.
Well, if he can zealot bomb on top of these tanks, it might be enough. There's not... I don't think Protoss can jump on this. I think Protoss needs to just back off, accept that he tried to hit a timing. It's not really going to work out for him. And just transfer probes to the 4th base.
Yeah, transfer to the 4th base, get into archives, and either Arbiter, you know, or just get another Robo, speed shuttle, start storming, do what you want to do, how you want to play it. But we need to make a choice. We have a lot of money floating right now. We need to get some gateways down or take another couple of Nexus.
WolFix got his 3rd base up and running. Gas coming down, so he's going to have a lot of potential to flood out a lot of tanks. May see his factory count start ramping up pretty soon. Should have those +2 upgrades coming in. Also, saw Dienmax build some Templars, so it is going to be Gateway Man with Storm, which is the go-to style these days for support bay.
Yeah, I guess he wants speed shuttle. Yeah, speed shuttle. But yeah, this is the go-to build these days, man. You know, Protoss learning they can fight much, much better, obviously, when they have the AoE. So if you have it all the time, you could do some drops on these mineral lines. You can fight the army as it moves out. Really does help.
And he sees that it's support bay and Templar Archive. Didn't see any Stargates. Didn't really get a read on how many gateways it is, but everything looks pretty fine for WolFix 6th fact.
Seems to be the style that WolFix would rather play against, right? With the way he plays, try and take a 3rd, sit there and get up to 7 to 9, 11 factories, you know, slowly jumping while making units. Like, Gateway Man is the style that he wants you to play into him.
Yeah, for sure. If I get to pick whether I want to face Gateway Man or Carrier Man or Arbiter Man, sign me up for Gateway Man all day long. Especially on maps like this where I can push and expand to top middle at the same time. So I think WolFix is in a prime position as long as he doesn't get stormed to death like he did in the Zhanhun games. I think he'll have a lot of pushing power and have a lot of threat onto that 4th base.
Good pickup here. You know, just getting a couple Dragoon kills with the Vulture trading out really well. But are these going to get caught? Nope. He doesn't move them into position to catch them. All right, Dienmax needs to start taking some other mains here. Like, we're getting to the point where we need other bases. We need more gateways. Like, what we have is not enough because WolFix is going to push across the map right to our main here. We need to have other places to go. And he's going, man. He's like, that's it.
Yes. He drew some units out of position. That's going to trigger him to attack. Probably going to build that command center at the same time while attacking. There is not really a lot of detection here, is there? Dienmax needs to be careful because WolFix has some good mines set up.
Sea Observer.
That's a lot of gates, but I don't know, man. Like, it's hard to make this style work. Here comes a Templar drop. There's a turret, though!
Oh my goodness. Not really much success there. We wasted a shuttle. 2 Templar, a couple Zealots. Templar and the shuttle to be the biggest thing. But I think WolFix here is just going to wait till he gets his next round of upgrades. And I like that he put a couple supply depots there to kind of block it. Looking like he is in a good position in here in game number 2.
Yeah, good setup with the depots. 2 tanks prevents the counterattack that Zhanhun was trying to do in the first series. And Dienmax, at some point he's going to have to face the army, but I don't like his comp right now. I don't think he can win a fight. What are his upgrades even? Does he have he has +1. Okay, luckily
Forge.
Triple Forge? Alright, so actually 2-1 upgrades versus 2-1 is pretty decent for Protoss. Here comes Dienmax. He's going to try and find an opening here. But look at all these clumped units. These tanks are going to have a field day splashing these.
I was going to say, this is not the area. Now our army is trapped. We have pretty much pure goons stuck in here. Dienmax's army looks like it is not long for this world.
Yeah, and this is like the entire army, isn't it? Or at least half the army. It did not get much at all. He got, what, a couple SCVs, maybe some vultures? I didn't see a single tank die. And if this doesn't trigger the Ghost Switch from WolFix, I don't know what will, but he is in prime position to just immediately counter. He also hit his 2-1 power spike. He's got the Ghost coming, shuttle bomb on the top middle, but it doesn't really do that much.
No, at this point, it doesn't matter. We don't have enough gateways to remax immediately either. We didn't really take bottom left. I think we have units down there, so this army pushing across is just going to be so strong. Will he target the Templar? Oh, good storm. Another good storm. Oh my goodness, WolFix. We gotta not run into these, man. We're all clumped.
But it doesn't even seem like it matters. He's still at 175 supply. There's still so many Templars, though. So many tanks, on the other hand.
Oh
He just focused down these Templars. They're the only way that Dienmax can win the fight. And he does a good job to eliminate most of them.
Yeah, good 2-1 timing here. We have a lot of units down here from Dienmax, so he's kind of stuck. I think WolFix should be able to lay mines and just start killing off these bases.
Yep, he should be able to lay a massive minefield and, you know, then go around the map and start killing mid-left, top left, bottom left. But Dienmax has so many bases, maybe he can have enough production to actually overwhelm this army. He's done a good job to get half of his army, you know, out onto the center of the map. He's going to be able to deny mid-right. WolFix has not actually killed a base just yet. In fact, he hasn't really pressured any of the probes at any of the bases at all.
Yeah, I was going to say, that we did such a good job of getting to this point, but now we're kind of like stuck here looking to fight, and we're giving Toss some more time, but those mines are just crazy, man.
Yeah, mines just blew up like an entire control group of Zealots by themselves. WolFix still up 15 supply, but Dienmax doing a good job to make the game kind of weird. That command center at mid-right. Okay, I think it is going to be denied now. Templar drop at top middle. Action is all over the place.
Ooh, big storm right there. We're not storming here. We're not targeting tanks. Ooh.
It's a good storm. He's going to take out that tank.
Yep, and I would like to see him storm the SCB line over here, though, with that storm instead. He defends, man.
Yeah, he holds it. The army wasn't that big. Dienmax still unable to get rid of the containment outside of his base. The tanks are threatening that Nexus. DT man coming out. He's going to try and channel his inner mini. There's not that much detection.
Yeah, this was one Dragoon going to take this base down. Oh my goodness. Nyoken, this is where I start to get worried for Terran, right? If we keep leaving these tanks out here and we just get this army wiped and we don't get that 5th base down, like, things can start to get a little difficult, right? If we lose all these tanks, like that is a problem. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. We were able to get that DT, but there are more coming.
That was a clutch scan. I thought that he was going to be able to knock down a few tanks. Dienmax still kind of in a bad spot. He's down a little bit of supply, but he's starting to get his gateway count up at the bottom left. Look at how big that tank count is. I don't know how do you engage into that. There's just so many of them. There's also a vessel now. He could D-Matrix. He could EMP. Dienmax bleeding off a few units here.
Yeah, he needs to start producing out of those gateways in the bottom left and continue to counterattack other places. WolFix doing a good job here to take out another Nexus. Oh,
another good storm. It's some SCVs.
Another good storm.
But it's still 60 SCVs for WolFix despite losing those SCVs.
And that base mid-right is going to get up, so WolFix in a good spot here still.
Yeah, Dienmax still mining on 3 bases, though. He's got bottom left, all of it. He's got his NAT, so I mean, I guess it's technically 4 bases. Dienmax has a massive gas bank. Would love to see him, you know, maybe get some Stargates, go Arbiters. I know it's really late for that, but you gotta gas dump somewhere. I don't know if you can just only build Templars. Look at that D-Matrix tank trying to fend off that DT.
Looks like it was able to take it out. Dienmax needs to use all of his money, man. He needs to get up. He needs to get remax, use all of his money, get attacked from both sides, and not keep attacking here with small units, so he can just get himself in this game.
Karen 3-2 now. This is like a nightmare scenario for Protoss. He's not able. There's no way. WolFix should just A-move this. He's got so many tanks. There's no Templars anymore.
Yeah, he just gotta go. He's done it. He has to recognize it now.
Oh. Okay, this is what he needs. Oh, 4 tanks.
Wow.
5, 6, 7, 8 tanks.
Wow. Some serious zealot bombs.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage. And a tiny army going down to the bottom side, but it's still more than enough for WolFix to handle.
Yeah, I think we are doing it here. Oh man, more of these zealot bombs are just absolutely annihilating these tanks, man. We need to do that earlier.
Look at this, there's only 6 tanks left over.
Yeah, we're gonna be able to bust out.
Oh my gosh. And, well, I guess it's still okay because WolFix is gonna kill bottom left, but that was kind of dicey. Dienmax is now on the counter-offensive. He's, you know, WolFix is not mining his NAT anymore. He's been consistently storm dropped at top middle. This base might get shut down. He still has his 3rd base. Oh, another clump of tanks.
Yeah, his tanks are going to go down as well. There's no vulture support here. As long as he spreads out the zealots, he'll be able to kill a bunch, which is not what you want to be doing, trading zealots for tanks to this point. But Nyoken WolFix is down to like 1 mining base, really.
Yeah, mid-right and his 3rd base are the only things that's mining for him, whereas Dienmax, he still has the main. He's retook top left. Mid-left is getting retaken. This army is very, very strong at bottom right, though, or bottom left, though. The Templar gets poked down, and D-Matrix tank is going to lead the charge.
Yeah, we need to fight on top of the high ground here. We need to get our other army down here. It would almost probably be beneficial for Dienmax to just go mid-right at this point and try to destroy that mining. We're pushing into the NAT over there where WolFix is really set up. So that army that's at the NAT is going to die as well. Not the
count
place
is not that big anymore. Like, there's only 5 defending. Like, there's only 5 down here at bottom left. I think Dienmax, if he sends everything bottom left, yes, he's down 40 supply. But I could see him maybe being able to break it, especially with if he can get some shuttle bombs off. But instead, he's going to attack mid-right. And even though...
there's nothing here.
Yeah, there's nothing here. Even though he shuts this down, I think he's going to lose too much.
Yeah, he's lost so much in the bottom left. So many probes. But, oh yeah, we have a ton of units coming down for WolFix.
WolFix is going to clean this up. It is a lot of goons, so it will take a while to deal with, but WolFix has really eliminated a lot of DMX. But if we look at supplies, you know, now it's 100 to 120. This is still manageable. The problem for me is that this tank count is just so massive. Oh, is he going to get the command center, I mean?
Oh my god, he got it. Wow.
Yeah, he loses all the goons for that, though.
Yeah, now the supply is huge, but dude, we have 2,300 gas. Start making some Archon. Start making some Templar again. I mean, dude, WolFix isn't really mining, man.
I know he's not mining, and Dienmax has mid left, and he still has the bottom left base mining. Like, it's not enough to just kill the gateways. Like, this guy still has income coming from that position. Now Dienmax is going to send some Dragoons over here. Nope, he's not. He's, I guess, worried about a counterattack, so he will go back towards the top left.
Yeah, if he gets some Templar out in the speed shuttle, that would be great. I think he needs to fight this one army, you know, all together with his units, because we have a lot of supply, almost 20 supply in the bottom left, so you're almost fighting even here. And here we go. Does he have Templar in there? He does.
Oh.
Can he get the storms off? We stormed the vultures, though, so we really didn't get much off there. And this army standalone now as goons is going to just go down.
Yeah, this is way too much Terran. It was a really close fight. Like, if he could have gotten off another storm, maybe. There's a lot of zealots here. He's going to try and close the gap on these tanks with them. He needs to go right now, though. Cannot let the vultures get in sync with the tanks. And here he goes, but he already lost a lot of the zealots. They took a lot of damage, and they're not going to get the damage that he was looking for. And this should be GG any moment now.
Yeah, Dienmax has to know he has nothing left. No money. This base is about to go down. WolFix double expanded. So, should be okay.
Yep, we got that base up and running again. Another good storm. Eliminates 2 of the tanks, but there's nothing to support the Templars anymore. 4 goons, 2 zealots. It's not enough. D-Matrix on this tank would probably seal the deal. Or that mine can seal the deal.
That mine saying no thanks, man. Gotta take you out. Ooh, SCV's coming in hot.
Yeah. Well, this has got to be it. There's just nothing here for Dienmax. The army from bottom left is now closing in on mid left. This is gonna get taken down.
Yeah, we're just fighting to fight now. Don't want to surrender yet, even though we do have game 3.
Yep, so this was well done from WolFix. He did exactly what he needed to do. He macroed well, took his bases. Dienmax, he macroed well also. Like, he took a lot of bases, but he just wasn't able to get the fights that he was looking for. Like, the storms didn't really hit a lot of tanks, except for maybe, like, I think 1 engagement he hit a lot of tanks. The zealot bombs were good, but other than that, like, he never fought straight on and got any good trades. I mean, the tank count was just so massive that he could never actually engage into Terran.
Yeah, I mean, even though we're wiping out these units, WolFix has 2 mining bases again. It's just too much Terran here.
Yeah, and he's got vultures streaming across to help support these tanks now. This is going to be the last fight, I imagine. Ooh, big mine hit. And you just can't fight into that. Dienmax running out of money. His Nexus, in fact, is almost dead. 20 probes versus 40 SCVs. Doesn't even have enough money, really, to build another Nexus. I mean, even if he does build it, like, he doesn't have the probes to transfer over there. Dienmax is going to go for another counterattack. He thinks that that's the only mining base for Terran, but it isn't. Top middle is also up and running.
Yeah, he is on the assumption that if he kills it, like, oh, we'll be close, but we are not here. You are down. Oh my goodness. Oh, oh my goodness. There's the GG.
Yep, GG comes out, and WolFix ties up the score 1-1. So he's not out of it just yet. This 5-fact into splitting the map style has been working out really well for him. He gets good comps every time he does it. It's like pure tank almost. Gets a good vessel count. And I wonder how Dienmax is going to deal with it in Game 3, because we haven't seen carriers at all. Like, he thought he could gateway man. like he could on Apocalypse, but clearly that didn't work this time around.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see Dark Origin here, 2-player map. Are we going to see Lobotomy for the first time? We're going to see some Radion for the first time. What are we going to see here out of Dienmax?
I think Radion, man. I think your mains are big. You can hide Stargates easily. You can hide Stargate at your third base. You can potentially build them at like one of the middle bases. I think Radion's the map to pick. I guess you could also be Citadel, but if WolFix was picking Citadel, versus Zhanhun, he must feel comfortable there. So I would probably say no Citadel. I want to go Radion.
Oh,
I can't believe it,
baby! Lobotomy.
All right, well, let me move my mic a little bit so I can see these stats. I see it looks really balanced. Terran versus Zerg. Protoss versus Terran, 6-3. That looks pretty ugly for Terran. But from the games that I saw, it does look like a map that is hard to attack into the center because Terran is so entrenched. We'll see how it goes, though. Let's get into our final game of the losers match: WolFix versus Dienmax. Okay, in the top left, we do have WolFix.
And the bottom right, it's Dienmax. All right, let's see. Now, forward gate, proxy gate, gas steel, what are we doing?
Well, it's got to be gas steal, right? Why else are you picking a 2-player map if you're not gas stealing?
Double 9 gate in his main?
Okay, double 9 gate. I would like that also, but he needs to teleport that probe over there if he's going to double 9 gate in the main.
Better get on the move.
The probe didn't go, man. I don't even know if you can gas steal anymore.
It's the distance. Oh, come on. We're building the gateway in the main. We're not going to gas steal?
Well, this is
we picked it. Oh my God. We picked a 2-player map to not gas steal?
I don't know, man. This is strange. Maybe he can't be 12 Nexusing, right? Like that can't be. You can't possibly 2-player map 12 Nexus. Okay, there's the gate.
Oh my God! Breaks my Protoss heart. Breaks it. Shatters it. Hurts me on the inside. Unbelievable.
And WolFix. Oh, he'll be able to get away with his 12 gas here. Actually, he's going to go for an 11 gas this time. He feels like he got gifted something here, where he didn't have to worry about. Yeah, look how WolFix immediately scouts the bottom side of his base. Like, wait a minute, I didn't get gas stolen. Something weird must be happening.
What's going on here?
Yeah, but nothing actually happening. He's just been given a gift from Dienmax. Dienmax said, "Here you go. Let's just play a normal game," and it is straight cybernetics, no zealot pressure at all. The gateway is so far back. I can't imagine you going for zealot pressure with the gateway that far back.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just going to be core, and we're just going to play it out at this point because what else can you do here? You didn't gas steal, you didn't do anything. WolFix still checking to make sure he didn't miss the pylon the first time because he's like, what the heck's going on here? Oh, we blocked the factory.
Oh, he did. And now this 11 gas factory timing turns into basically a 12 gas factory timing. And WolFix, he did pull off of gas. This is not going to be a 2-fact unless he puts back on there in a second. And Dienmax, he's done it. He built a goon first.
Well done, Dienmax. Love that. I mean, maybe because we went zealot. We went zealot into a goon.
Yeah, if WolFix checked the replay, he may be thinking, or the replays, he may be thinking like, well, this guy just doesn't build units, man. I can just get away with 1 Marine, no bunker. But this time around, that's not the case. And also, I think the SCV missed the zealot. So
yeah, he definitely did.
This could do a lot of... He missed the goon also. He didn't see it come out.
He could think it's, range before goon again. Oh my goodness, the mind games here.
Yeah, luckily, WolFix has got a good SimCity, and it is just common to build straight Vulture these days. So it's not like he's in an awkward position. He puts down another depot immediately. Everything looks, oh yeah, the Vulture's already out. He didn't wait for his goon, and now this is just dead supply. It's going to be completely wasted. I mean, maybe he'll be able to save it, but it's so low that he's basically already done the damage he needs. Oh, got him.
Didn't get a hit off.
That goon might die.
Is dead. Goon is dead. Oh.
WolFix built a 4th Marine, and now that he's damaged the goon so heavily and also taken the Zealot, I think he should do what he did on Apocalypse. You know, this guy is going to have a weakened amount of units with the goon being weakened. He's going to have a low goon count, and you're going to have a lot of Marines that are pretty healthy, so he should consider going. He even spots the Nexus.
Yeah, he could really punish this build right here and the way this played out. We lost the Zealot, the goons hurt, like you said. You really could get after it. And you see 1-gate Robo.
Yep, 1-gate Robo. I think that this is going to be Observer again. Wow, actually 5th Marine, WolFix may be listening. Oh, can he get, he does not get that goon. It survives with 7 health. But I think now's the time to go. Like, you saw that this guy's on 1-gate Robo. Very weak goon. The guy even leaves his goon across the map. That's insane. You got to punish him for making moves like this. Get range, get your second fact going, and then just rally.
Yeah, and just get it going. Why not? I mean, easily could take it down now at this point, right? I mean, it is a big travel difference, but you know this guy hasn't made a single... Okay, we have a 3rd tank on the way. These are going to the natural. This isn't, you know, Zhanhun Terror. We might see the boys pulled. Just normal transfer of SCVs.
Still no second factory, though. There's a lot of Marines. I also didn't see the mine upgrade. Hoping that comes in. It's now 4 goons. 4 goons are a little bit harder to get through than just 2. He also has the healthy goons in the front. And there is 2-gate follow-up for Dienmax. Observatory, yeah, it's done, so it is going to be Observer 2-gate.
Yeah, we got a lot of Marines. Like we're doing for 3rd tank, I guess. Then we're going to go. 6 Marines made, so we have to get something done here.
Wow, that was a dangerous position. The tank getting body blocked by Marines could have been picked off, but now good micro to limit the amount of damage that the goons have done. But the problem now is that there's a high amount of goons, and he can also hold this choke in the center. Instead, WolFix is going to have to loop around. It's going to take a few more seconds to do that. Hope he doesn't have that rallied, because if he does, the Vulture is going to die, which it does.
And now we're on high ground.
Yeah, now he's in a weird position. He can't engage here. Tank's dead. Next tank is going to fall, almost.
One hit, okay. Stayed alive. But now we have all this army on the map, man. We're just going to
counter. There's nothing in the bunker. There's no mines. He has an observer, right? But it didn't go with his own army. It didn't go with his army, but there's no mine set up.
We seized there.
Yeah, WolFix accidentally hit his siege hotkey. He's going to continue to push. Shuttle, what's even in there? There's nothing even in there.
So base trade scenario about to happen here. But we have a ton of units here for Dienmax. And that 1 tank is, yeah, I'm about to say, not much HP. We're going to lose that one. Oh my goodness, that mine may have saved the day, Nyoken.
Yeah, he got a lot of damage done. Killed a lot of the goons, but look at the worker count. It's 37 to 25.
Oh my goodness. We do have Reaver out. We have things stacked up. Dienmax floated a lot of money. He should have taken his 3rd Nexus. He should be adding some more gateways now as well. But WolFix definitely in a tough position here. We have no turrets up yet. He needs the ring. He knows the shuttle is out.
Yeah, he does. He knows that there could be a Reaver coming.
I'm telling you, if I'm Dienmax seeing these Vultures go out, man, I'm picking up that Reaver with 2 Zealot, and I'm coming to the natural. We might as well fight right here and bust it and end the game if we're not going to have any support.
Yeah, you definitely could do that. What I love about this is while there's, like, you know, a massive attack happening, neither player is like, I need more production. They're like, Nexus, Dienmax has 2 gates. He's like, yeah, that's enough. Let's put down triple pylon. And look at it. He put 300 minerals into the pylons, 400 into the Nexus. That's 700 minerals. Like, imagine if WolFix had have actually killed his army. How would that have helped him? I don't know. It was interesting, but it will allow him to scale his eco, of course, in the mid game. And we've got the gateway flood coming in now.
Yeah, wow. This is crazy.
Two vultures, they've already used all their mines, so they can't really do anything. WolFix is trying to rebuild his SCV count. He's, you know, at 39 now. It's decent, but it's still way behind Dienmax's worker count. We've got speed kicking in just a second. All the tanks, I think, are set up at the natural. No, actually, there are a couple in the main, so that's nice. This Reaver drop shouldn't do much. Cute turret positioning under the eBay.
Yeah, if he has speed, he could fly by on the left side. Harass that mineral line for sure. There's not enough DPS from one turret to stop a speed shuttle.
Big probe transfer for Dienmax, so he's going to get that third base up and running. And now WolFix, I mean, he's kind of obligated to do one thing, which is, again, the 5-fact camp. Try and get his third base, but his third base is pretty far forward. Or if he tries to do the corner, you've also got to travel pretty far. We've got the Reaver trying to find an opening, but there's 2 tanks in siege mode.
Yeah, he could fly all the way through the top there, probably into the main if he really wanted. And get a shot or two off. Goliath on the way now, though.
5-fact, as expected from WolFix, his +1 weapon should be kicking in pretty soon. Should be getting into his armor upgrade. Yeah, but you can see that the armor just stopped spinning. So I'm sure he'll go into armor, and he does. And Dienmax is doing like what he did on Apocalypse, where he's just flooding units. Maybe attempting to go for a bust pretty soon.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad spot here to try to do the double Reaver. You got Speed Zealots on the way already, 7 gateways. Like to see an 8th. I mean, I think looking, he had the Observer in the base. He knows it's 5-fac. I don't think taking a 4th base here would have been the worst already. I mean, we're already 11 minutes in. Take that 4th base in front, defend, and then just keep making units. Like, you have the money.
Yeah, I think he's just going to wait for Terran to try and get this 3rd and then just bulldoze it over. Terran has to move out pretty soon. You know, we're getting to the point in the game where bases can be mined out. We're 11.5 minutes in. So many Dragoons sitting in here. WolFix, he is building a massive tank count. You know, I think he's got double add-on. So he's got a lot of tank production capability.
See ya, Observer.
Yeah, see you later.
Well, leg speed about to kick in. I wonder if we're going to see a second shuttle. WolFix is down about 40 supply. More like 35, I guess, with the worker difference, but Dienmax taking a 4th base like he should, probably should be considering taking other bases as well here. I mean, he knows if he crushes his first attack, he pretty much will hold this game.
Oh yeah, if he wins the fight, this game's 100% done, though. Econ is too big for Dienmax. At this point, he's got 61 probes, he's got 4 bases. I would just like to see more gates or, you know, Templar Tech or something to make sure that he wins the fight.
I agree with you there. WolFix just... Oh, we have archives. We have some pylons coming down. He's floating a ton of gas. He has the money for the gas. WolFix just sitting still, man. Just waiting.
Does he even have a command center?
Oh my god, what are we doing?
Well, he might get a tank. No, he doesn't.
Okay.
160 to 130. Terran can definitely win fights like this. There's the Reaver. He can try channeling his Inner Snow.
Ooh!
That's a big hit. He gets 7 vultures.
He did what he needed to do. He channeled that Inner Snow.
More vultures.
Oh my god. WolFix got to be careful. I know it's like, oh, vultures. It's a big deal now with these elves, but these tanks are about to kill these Reavers.
Oh, Dienmax, you can't lose these.
Come on, Dienmax.
Okay,
I'm about to say we lost 1, but...
Oh, okay. I thought he was going to go in, but not yet. Waiting for the moment. He's got a big probe transfer, so he wants to get that set up before he actually commits.
Yeah, WolFix got to be careful bleeding off as many units as he is, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering what WolFix is looking to do here, because I don't see a command center, you know?
Yeah, I think we're up to 7 factories.
Yeah, okay, he is going to go into 7 fact before building a command center. He's just
and those tanks are clumped, man. If we can get 2 Zealots and a Reaver, we really can just crush them.
Yeah, and the Observer got taken out again once more.
Man, we gotta stop bleeding units ourselves.
Dienmax is up 50 supply, but I think the tank count is so high now that I don't really know if Dienmax can commit. He doesn't have, at least I haven't seen Storm. Okay, there we go. There's the 3 Templar. That can be a game changer.
All right, I think he's moving out. It's time. Here we go.
Well, you can't let Tank get into this position. Oh, the goodbye Zealot. Or goodbye Reaver. I mean, Zealots get on top of the tanks. Where's the Storm? There's one. Okay, there's a lot of Goons and Zealots on the left side. Another good Storm. Not that many tanks left over. There's a couple on the low ground, but those aren't going to be that effective. And now, not much support for the tanks. There's, what, just a couple of Vultures left over? 30 supply lead for Protoss.
We need to split the Goons up, though. We're clumped up. Just put some forward. If he spread those Goons, he could have easily just won that fight. But he does knock the tank count down again. What are we down to? 6 tanks? So that's good. We're on 4 bases. We realized we were on a 5th and added some gates. Man, where's the carriers?
Yeah, Dienmax. I don't remember him ever playing like this versus me. It's like almost always carriers. But he's making it work with Gateway, man. He cleared out a lot of the mines. But there's a lot of Vultures here to help support these tanks. I think WolFix is going to hold. And even though he's getting his 3rd base really late, he's going to get it. And he has his upgrades. He has his starport. He has +2 coming, maybe? No, not just yet. Okay, now he starts it.
Yeah. I mean, Dienmax just throwing a lot of units away here. You know, we're floating a lot of money. We really need to get more bases. We need some higher level tech. We need Arbiter. We got a Stasis. I mean, it would be just a different game here. We're pushing the 16-minute mark, and Terran is just starting their 3rd command center. You just got to starve it out and keep teching up yourself, and you'll be in good shape. I don't know why we're stuck on Gateway, man.
That was a nice move there. Picks off 2 tanks for just a couple Zealots. And there's the Stargate. We again have, I think, triple Forge for Dienmax, really prioritizing his upgrades. He may actually be ahead in upgrades versus Terran in a couple minutes. Look at this. Basically not mining his main anymore. It's like completely mined out. Just needs to transfer some workers. I guess for me, it's where does WolFix take another base? Every other base is quite far. Top right is pretty far. Mid left is pretty far. Mid right also far. That didn't work out at all.
I don't know why we're trying to push into the wall there. Might as well get Storm to start storming SCVs. You got to know at. Oh, we're going Arbiter. Okay. I mean, if we had Arbiter already, a recall would end this game.
Yeah, recall would end this game for sure, because imagine you recall while all those tanks were just trying to get to the 3rd base, right? They would have been completely out of position. We've got another Zealot Templar shuttle loaded up. Got his eyes set on the natural, I think. eBay's gonna spot it, and he does immediately transfer some of the workers. Actually, he saves basically all of them. That was nice.
We're only going to lose the 3 on gas, it seems like. Or to 2 on gas, not even 3. This Vulture just plugging away. And
get him
WolFix
eventually.
trying to push to the left side of the map here. He is going to take that. Ooh. All right, that's Archon going to get more kills on the SCVs than the Templars did. Good job, Archon. Way to make. Oh my goodness, we're transferring back.
Oh no, he thought it was dead.
Oh, don't worry, this Archon's going to get big out. Oh my goodness.
Well, if he gets that thing right there, that would be a massive win. He's still killing SCVs. He might get the armor. He might get +2.
Oh my god. Stop.
There's no way.
Stop, Nyoken, no. Nyoken, no. No.
No! How?
Oh my god. And the other one? Is he going to get the second one?
Well, okay, now I'm rooting for him to get that one. If you're going to get one of them, get both of them. Get it.
Oh my God, is he gonna have it in time? Is it gonna finish?
Well, the question to me is, what's happening? Is there anything happening on the map? Like, I see WolFix has 140 APM, but where's it going? He got the armory, by the way.
Oh my God. Is the replay broken? Like, what's going on here?
I don't think it is. I think WolFix has gotten all his stuff set up over here. Damn, this Archon's still going. Wants that depot also.
No way.
Protoss is taking top right. These have energy?
Yeah, they're not storming though. We're storming one vulture at a time here.
You can check it if you want. I don't think it is broken because Protoss is taking top right. Well, I mean, maybe it is. Okay, that Archon is still sitting there. I mean, that's...
Yeah, no one's moving. Or APM's
nobody's
down.
moving. It can't possibly be, right? Like...
Alrighty.
We're actually going to reload the game.
We're going to bring it back up.
I don't...
I was about to say, that Archon, man, if he got both armories and all those depots and SCVs, that's it. Oh my goodness.
Imagine if it is broken and we come back and all those buildings are still dead, but he's also gotten the command center. Like he's just standing there, he's got the command center.
The Archon is just standing there like this, like, I am the man. I've done it.
Yeah.
I've done it. And I'm like, wow. All right, so we're jumping back into the game. We're going to jump into the 19-minute mark here to see where we're at. Hopefully that Archon has not killed that many buildings.
Hopefully not, because that was like the worst timing possible for WolFix. It is starting to get into a kind of bad situation for Dienmax because WolFix is getting his 4th base. Dienmax cannot really expand to top right, really, because it's just so close to Terran. So we're gonna potentially go into like 4, 5, 6 base versus 5, 6 base. And Terran generally wins those. Okay, well, we're ready now, so let's get back into the game.
Okay, here we go.
Well, I see the armories are still alive.
Armories are alive. Okay, storm's coming in here.
Yep, no
These
nexus.
walls getting
right.
repaired. Yep, all right, so...
Thank you. Thank
all right,
you.
all right, woo!
I was like, there's no way that he just watched an Archon kill that many workers and double armory. And the depot wall like this, you can't attack here. This is what I was talking about on Labadi. Depot wall there, you can't attack there. Like, it's exactly what I was saying. Gateway, how do you fight on this map as Protoss? Like, where do you attack? You attack in this choke that has a million mines on the right side? Like, right there? Is that the only spot?
Yeah, I don't know what we're thinking here.
I don't think... I mean, we're not, out of the game yet, right? But Dienmax really needs to get some heavy tech. Like, Gateway Man is not going to do it this game. I know a lot of Protoss players, they think they're many. They think they can do it on every map. But this is not the map to try and test your inner mini ability. You really need to get super late-game stuff. In his main, I see he built another big building. Hopefully that's another Stargate, whether it's for double Arbiter or more carriers, because I can already see it now. Like, WolFix is not going to move. He's not going to do it. He's going to go top right. He's going to defend, and then he's going to have 6 base versus 6 base. There we go. Thankfully, there's an Arbiter.
Oh, the scan.
Oh, perfect.
It's the longest scan I've ever seen.
Yeah, it did last a long time, but I'm not sure if he actually saw it.
Unbelievable.
Oh, he's got lockdown in position, man.
He's
he
ready.
shot his own. Did he shoot his own ghost? It died somehow.
We got lockdown here ready, though.
Yeah, this recall is not going to do anything. He's just going to walk in here. He's going to think, 3 turrets, I can get past that. But lockdown's going to hit, and then his recall's going to die, or his arbiter's going to die.
I mean, I don't understand why some players get stubborn here, man. Just add 3 Stargates, double core, upgrade, get these carriers out.
Yeah,
Like, you know, this guy can't afford.
There we go.
That's what I'm talking.
He's doing it.
Now
It's
we're
5
talking.
Stargates. 5 Stargate carrier. Oh, there's the ghost. There it
Oh, lockdown, baby.
is. Defensive recall. It's good, man. It is definitely good. And here he goes. The recall to the top. He's going to lose both of his arbiters. He thinks that that's the only ghost, but hello, it's not. Get him. Get him. Oh, he backs up. He saw the ghost. He's like, I'm out.
I'm out of here. Not happening.
Well, where's he going to go now?
Right? We cannot recall on top of this base.
No.
If we recall on top of that base, I might cry myself right here. That's it. I would be so sad.
Dude, Terran's maxed.
Yeah.
Protoss has a massive bank, but Terran is maxed. Terran needs to go on a rampage now, knocking down all these bases.
Oh, man. I don't even know how, like you said, how do you keep fighting in these areas? What do you do now at this point?
I don't know. Like, you can't win with a ground army on this map. I don't think it can be done unless you can get off some crazy recalls. There's going to be a really good stasis, but he trades an arbiter for that.
Yeah, maybe he's going to recall on top of these tanks.
He could, but ghosts are coming. Oh, do it. Get him before recalls. He didn't get it.
Oh.
Oh, he got it right there. But Protoss is going to clean this up. He's going to lose or kill a couple of tanks. Wow, there's a lot of goons at the bottom side. Look at the tank on the high ground. They even help from the high ground, man.
Yeah, this map, man, gives me nightmares of PBT. Tanks from everywhere.
I'll tell you this. I got to start practicing this map because if there's a Protoss, I feel like if I don't die to a gas steal in like the 10-minute and by the 10-minute mark, I just camp the game out to victory. Look at it. He's going to eat the... Okay, that was great.
Oh my goodness. Those are massive storms. Wow, we killed like a third or more of the SCVs there with those 2 storms.
Yeah, he got 20 workers. Jeez. So that was a massive win there. And I guess that's one way to get rid of the tank on the high ground is you just storm him and all of his SCV friends to death. D-Matrix comes in. This base is going to die. This is going to allow the Vulture Floodgate. Oh, lockdown. Does not get it off. Oh, can he storm those SCVs? Get rid of all those workers.
Oh, my goodness. And WolFix down to 19 SCVs now. 19.
Yeah, and this is a point where you don't want to be building SCVs up because carriers are coming. He's got 4 command centers, so of course he can queue.
Oh, my
goodness.
He
already got 2. He's got 7 carriers coming, man. This got turned completely on its head. I thought WolFix could camp the game out, but now he needs to really stop camping and start making moves. Because once the carriers from this round of production get out, they're going to be hitting really hard. He scans it, so he knows it's coming.
Right. We're pushing on here. I mean, if he can get another storm on these SCVs from the low ground, even if he loses some units at this point, his bank is so big. Or he's just going to go up and try to deny top right.
I think all he should do is just save these units and wait to combo them with his carriers. There's no reason to fight here. You've got literally like 50 supply and carriers not here with you. Instead, he's going to lose a big chunk of his goon army. He loses his Templar. WolFix, even though he's obviously got a very low SCV count, his army is still fearsome. He's got like 105 supply worth of army.
Yeah, he has still a good chunk of army, but I guess he knows the carriers are coming. But I think this is where it just gets so tricky right now. We're going to have 8, 9 carriers coming real soon here, and this is how we can end the game. Hopefully we have the upgrade for... Okay, we do.
And he is on the prowl, and I don't think we're that many Goliaths out, maybe like 10. There's a couple of ghosts. He needs to hit lockdown on as many of these carriers as possible. He's got 4 ghosts, so every single ghost needs to hit a lockdown. That's the only way he can win the fight. And even if he hits that, I don't know if it's enough. Also, if he could land EMP, that would be great. But really, you gotta get the lockdown down.
Ooh. 1 ghost picked. And if I were Dienmax, I'd be really just trying to focus. Where are they? How do I focus them? Make sure I don't get locked down.
Yep, Dienmax doesn't really have a ground army here. So actually,
yeah,
Terran is not scared at all. Like, actually, the interceptors are just getting mowed down by these Goliaths and Ghosts, and that looked real easy.
Really surprised. I guess we're still waiting for some heavy upgrades for these air units because that was not good. And what was a 6K bank is now just 3K.
Yeah, I think it's because he spent like another 2K resources on his carriers. Another engagement into the left side. This time the Zealots and the Goons should get through. How much damage can they actually get done? The answer is they're going to get a couple tanks. Oh, the Templars are coming for some more juicy storms. Really wants that SCV line. Oh my gosh, gets a couple more.
Ooh. And every trade here, right, is just so effective for Dienmax. I mean, he's just on such a huge bank. But look at the supply count, man. Terran army bigger right now.
Yeah, I know, it's huge. But it's carriers, and he hasn't gotten off a lock. Okay, there we go, he gets one lockdown off. But the carriers are just doing work. Oh, another lockdown!
Okay. We're by cannon, so that will support these carriers a little bit. Not for long, but I mean, we have still probably 6 carriers that are flying around. He's not targeting the ones that are in lockdown right now to guarantee those kills. I feel like he should be trying to kill whatever he can because we have 10 carriers here. About time. There we go. We're going to take that one down.
Oh, we got another one. Well, lockdown really does last like a really long time. It's like 30 seconds or something insane. So you can spend some time dealing with the other carriers for now. He is pushing this base, but cRoSs is almost up to max again. The lockdowns have been quite effective. He's going to pick off another carrier, but we've got a counterattack to top right. This is going to knock down whatever's up there.
Yeah, that was really well done from him with the lockdowns, but I just don't think it's enough yet, right? We have so many carriers and such a big bank. He's trying to pull out all the stops, trying to get everything done. Not easy to multitask in all these fights, but, I mean, Dienmax's money is just crazy.
He indeed has a massive bank, and it's 90 supply for Terran versus near max for Protoss. Protoss is denied top right. He's denied mining at these bases for a long time. He's going to start retaking this top / mid rightish base. He's going to pick off a couple straggler Goliaths. And at this point, what can you do as WolFix? You just don't have the army to deal with. He does have the Ghost, but there's so many carriers.
Yeah, and the Goliaths, there's a ton of Goliaths. We really need to see some of the ground army combine, like you said. We need to pull it together, you know, fight the tanks and the Goliaths together, win one of the battles, and you're good to go. Right? Get storm these guys. The Goliaths are all clumped up. That's the way to do it.
Base is going to be denied, but it's simply denied because the carriers didn't want to fight there. They would have 100% won fight if they did just engage. Ghost count, what is it, 4? So it still has a lot of lockdown potential, but you can see that the tank count is not that strong anymore. In fact, if he was to just build Zealot Goon, he should probably be able to win the ground fight.
Yeah, this should be pairing everything up. Where are the carriers, man?
Over
why
on the
are we
left
just
side.
fighting? Okay, why are we fighting just with the ground units? I mean, we could have both, man. We could have both. Get them over here. Bring them together.
He's sniping the command center while those units are out of position. There you go. See you later, command center. That disappeared real quick. He could just go straight to the main and just start killing everything.
That's the other thing, right? We could just go kill factories. That's always a good thing. Oop, lockdown.
He didn't get one of them, but now he's going to kill everything else. Just kill all the command centers, kill all the factories, kill the ghost add-on.
Why do the SCVs skip the command center at the natural there?
It's because the mid-left base was closest.
Oh, to the proximity there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, that's StarCraft 2. Well, this is going to be WolFix's last stand. Then try and engage with the Goliath in his main. He's got the Ghost on the left side to prevent an escape route. And this could be a smart move, but the Goliaths have to have enough DPS to force the carriers out. Can he get an interception? Can he get mass lockdown? He has enough Ghosts for this. They're waiting. Oh, this would be amazing. Do it.
Could you imagine mass lockdown, tilt early, GG?
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Getting these, we get those others.
Wow.
Can you get the rest of them? Oh, all the ghosts died, so 4 cares are still alive. He locked down an interceptor, man. Look at it.
See that? That thing's stuck. It wants to go home. It can't go home.
Well, lockdown does last a long time, so he still has time to knock down these 4 carriers on the left side. Can't get another. Nope, he doesn't get off another lockdown. I don't think he has cloak. If he had cloak, he may have been able to get all of them because there was no detection. But he needs to get these on the left.
Yeah, he's got to remove something at this point.
Oh, they're coming out of lockdown.
No.
Another one falls. Another one falls.
Can we see
another
the tilt?
one falls?
The tilt leave?
Well, it's still 58 to 177 after that.
Yeah. But 30 supply in workers.
Yeah.
But that doesn't really matter at this point. I mean, we need to just transfer our probes and just start moving. Oh, we're just attacking in as Dienmax is like, forget, here comes the rest of it, and GG from WolFix. And that does it. Wow.
Yeah, it was a good attempt from WolFix there. Almost brought it back. Got way more carries than I thought with his Goliath and Ghost, but when you're facing a 6k bank, that's a little bit much to overcome. So well done from Dienmax. He avoids elimination, and that gets him a rematch versus cRoSs.
Oh yeah. Dienmax, cRoSs, ready to rock and roll to see who gets the final spot in the round of 16 here. Dienmax looking for a rematch. Hopefully he is going to mix up some of his builds for this game with cRoSs here.
Yeah, his Zealot timings did not work out at all versus cRoSs. cRoSs just had an overwhelming amount of Paździor, so he needs to do something different if he wants to take this series. But we're going to be going into a break, and then we'll be back with the final series of the day, so don't go anywhere. Just like that, we're already back because we're getting into our final series of the day, cRoSs versus Dienmax. It's a rematch. It is going to start out on Citadel. cRoSs got the best of Dienmax earlier. I think it was 2-0. Dienmax had some interesting timings, but none of them worked out. I guess the Zealot run-bys a couple of times worked out, but cRoSs's macro is a little bit too good and dealt with it very easily.
Yeah, cRoSs multitasking, handled the Zealots as they tried to come in, didn't take crazy damage, kind of weakened Dienmax going into the mid-game. We saw him really delay his upgrades as well. So I think that's something he's got to fix as we get into these next couple games. And our players are ready. Let's get into the final series here. cRoSs versus Dienmax starting on Citadel.
Okay, we are in the top right with cRoSs.
And in the bottom right, we have Dienmax. All right, it'll be interesting to see what he decides to go with here. Forge, Gateway, like what are we gonna do here?
Yeah, I expect it to just be Forge again. It seems to be his go-to build. I think 4-player map. cRoSs wants to go for a 12 hatch. I don't think he's gonna be cannon rush, but I guess maybe after getting cannon rushed by Zhanhun, he may be thinking like, well, maybe this guy will go for it. Maybe he'll actually opt into like an overpool to make sure that that doesn't happen.
And we see the overpool already starting. cRoSs did go 9-pool a couple of their first games in their first series, so I wonder if, Dienmax is aware of that, checked the replay, said, oh, okay, Forge is better versus that. I'll just continue doing that. Though we did see Zhanhun just crush it with the gateway open like it was nothing. Shocking.
Oh, gateway opener.
Oh.
Versus overpool. So he is mixing it up. And he's going to get lucky with the first scout also. So everything's, I guess, going to plan. I mean, is this what you want? Like, if you had to pick, you've got gateway opener versus anything from Zerg. Would you want overpool?
I think overpool is, personally, I think it's one of the better things to play it into, because you can easily get your Nexus up still versus the first couple lings. Their larva count is down. It's not as fast as a 9-pool where the 6 lings are definitely coming. A lot of times Zergs go 4 lings in a drone, right? And then they continue it. So you're able to kind of just get up your Nexus, get a bunch of Zealots, do some counter pressure, and keep the drone count lower. So I think it's not a bad thing.
All right, well, there's the immediate Forge. That's way faster than I was anticipating, especially after the games with Zhanhun, how he was like skipping the Forge and just going straight cybernetics. cRoSs did have his natural denied and instead plopped that hatchery at the 3rd base. And okay, actually, probe. Actually, it's 6 lings. I'm surprised that it's 6 lings. I thought it would only be 4, but we've got Zealot moving across the map.
I think the Forge is an error. I think you don't go Forge versus the overpool. You just expand with the Zealots at home, and then go out once you have 3-5 Zealots. You can go. I like that cRoSs is sending 2. Ooh, good micro from Dienmax to get 2 hits on that ling. But I think
gets in.
Yeah, he's in. It's going to force some multitask from both. Luckily, these Zerglings are hurt, but cRoSs lings are dangerous, as that probe can tell you.
Yeah, one of them already gone. And I guess the fast Forge does give him a little bit better SimCity already. But this Zealot at top middle, it didn't get anything. All it did was force out a couple more lings, and that's going to get shut down. Now another probe falls. He does eliminate one of the lings, so that's good. Dienmax, you need to get behind there so you can trade effectively. He does get into the sweet spot. Ooh, some lings bugging out. That's nice.
That's really nice. Look at that. Ooh, going for the other ling. Ooh, he's going to get 3 of them. Well done from Dienmax there. Good micro to be able to get 3 Zerglings.
Yeah, that went better than I had anticipated. In cRoSs main, starting to get gas now. In comparison to previous games, this is way, 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 way later than what we're used to. But I'm sure this is normal for how the game state is currently at. Another Zealot moving across. Well, I guess there's an Overlord outside his gate, so I'm sure it did get spotted, but he is hiding in the darkness for now.
Yeah, I think he most likely saw it, knows it's there. Did we get speed? Are we going for like a Zergling all in here?
I think he wants to overwhelm the army. Dienmax, he's consistently moving out with...
Okay, yeah. He does see it.
I think he wants to catch this guy overextending with the Zealots. One thing that I've noticed about Dienmax compared to Zhanhun, for example, is he moves into the darkness, but he doesn't back off. Like, he doesn't hide, he just commits. And maybe that's what cRoSs is trying to exploit. Like, hey, dude, you've got to be careful. You can't just always send across the map. But, look at that. Zealot doing damage through the minerals.
Dienmax getting a ton of kills here. cRoSs in some trouble, man. Is that a Hydra Den going down in top 12 o'clock? Yeah. Oh my goodness, he's getting a good spot. He can block behind the extractor. If he goes up quick enough, yep, he'll be able to get a good surface there. Wow.
He's got lings in the... He couldn't take lings from the backside, though. It looked like he was going to do that, but he doesn't actually do that. And these Zealots are trading insane. This is insane value for Dienmax. Those 2 Zealots at the top side have good health. This spawning pool might actually die.
Yeah, he should just focus it down at this point. Just take it out. Why not? It's definitely worth it. Now walk behind the mineral patch. Really well done from Dienmax. Wow.
This could be a disaster for cRoSs. Hopefully he's gotten out like a lair or something. Because if he doesn't even have a lair, then that means he's going to have to rebuild the spawning pool. We may not even get into a late game because Hydras are on the field now. And cRoSs seems like he's just all in.
Yeah, 17 drones. We're all in here. He's got a bust to win. Dienmax should know that, and he should just be adding a couple cannons here and some gateways. As long as he has the cannons up, he should be fine. I don't know if 4 are enough.
Yeah, I think he's dealt so much damage. He needs to just spam as many cannons as he possibly can. Like, that's the only way you can lose is you under-respect the Hydra DPS. You killed the pool. There's no lair. It's going to be a century before this guy has any sort of tech. There's the spawning pool being rebuilt because, like I said, that's the only way you can get the lair. So this is a massive advantage for Dienmax right now. I like how he has a second gate, so he can ramp up his unit count really quickly. He already has the Citadel done, so he can get on the offensive pretty soon.
Is that Artosis pile? Okay, it is. He's recognized that it is.
Yeah, it is, but I don't think that's going to come into play.
Oof.
Also, this that pylon at the top.
Yeah, we need to not make as many cannons. We should see all these drones, and we should be canceling these cannons.
Yeah, this is how Zerg gets back into the game is. Now that you know that you're not getting all in, you need to limit the amount of eco damage you take. No Hydras are being built, by the way, so actually cRoSs is probably going to get supply blocked in a moment, but you can see he's recovered his worker count really nicely, 34 to 32. The thing that he, of course, lacks is, again, no lair, doesn't have a 4th hatch, and doesn't have a 5th hatch.
Worried for Dienmax a little bit, even though he was so far ahead. Our second gas is so late. Our gateway count is so low, and we don't have an archive. The archives, I don't believe, was completely done yet. We haven't started.
I don't think it started either, and he's probably going to even lose this forge. I think he has speed done, but yeah, he's got speed. Okay, he may not lose this forge. Actually, 4 zealots are going to try and save the day. There's 3 more coming. Why didn't he wait for the 3 zealots to come? Now he's going to bleed off these 4 zealots. This forge is now under threat. He does catch an overlord, but +1 weapon is worth way more than catching an overlord. He's just going to focus it down.
Yep. Wow. Really well done from cRoSs right there. Even though he lost some overlords, it's like not a big deal to him right there. That +1 is so big. Lair started. A couple zealots coming in here. Might be able to find some kills, but I'm sure cRoSs will pull these drones rather quickly. Ooh. Able to get them out.
It's starting to get wild. Zealots are going towards the natural at the same time, but it's only 4. There's really not that many to, deal damage. Ooh. Okay, he's gonna run by again. He's gonna try and snipe the Sunken, actually. Now this could get weird because supply block comes in at the critical moment, and there's not that many Hydras. Oh, more zealots.
Has he done it with the supply block here? Okay, I think he may have done it. Dienmax has put him in the red. There's no Hydras here to be able to fight. As long as he stays in the main and natural, there's no Sunkens either. Has Dienmax gotten a lead here against cRoSs in game number 1?
44
oh my god.
Yeah, I think
unbelievable.
I think he's got him here. If Zerg wins from this, I don't even know how that could physically be possible. It's going to take cRoSs so long to become unsupply blocked. The Corsairs can just sit on the eggs, really. More zealots coming through the back. And we should be seeing GG in a second. There's no Sunkens either.
Yeah, this is really difficult. We have Lings coming out now. Sunken in the main. We're down to 29 drones. We're trying to get more creep colonies down for Sunkens. All those overlords are going to die. We're going back to the red. Oh my goodness. Dienmax getting it done here in game number 1, or what looks like that he is.
cRoSs not giving up just yet, but the writing is on the wall, man. It's 86 to 36. Permanently supply block lost a hatchery. Can't even use your larva. Drones are being pulled off the line. The Sunken is doing a lot of work, but he can't even rebuild his overlords now. Like, he doesn't even have money to do that.
Yeah, he can't. He can make 2 more, and that's it. Oh,
that's gonna die immediately.
Again. Yep. And GG from cRoSs. Wow. Unexpected turn here, Nyoken, with cRoSs dropping game number 1 to Dienmax. Wow.
Yeah, and I guess Dienmax realizing that, hey, Forge is not working out versus this guy because this guy's just macroing like crazy. I need to bring the heat, and he did in this game. The Zealot trades is really what did it. Of course, killing the pool is amazing, but those trades versus the Lings behind the minerals, like, he was getting 5-6 Ling kills at a time for one Zealot. I mean, that's insane value.
That's just insane. Too crazy. I don't know how that all happened, but it did. Those Lings glitched out, and we see that cRoSs going back to his bread and butter that he took Zhanhun on in Dark Origin. Yeah, so he's comfortable in this map. He likes it.
Of course, every Zerg likes this map. Let's see if Dienmax can close it out, though, as he's up 1-0 in the series. Okay, in the top left, our Zerg. It is cRoSs.
And in the bottom right, 1 game away from the round of 16, it's Dienmax.
It'd be great redemption for him after losing 2-0 in the opening series versus cRoSs.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a good turnaround for him. cRoSs is not going to go down that easy. He will get after it.
Indeed he will, and there goes that probe. And I'm betting money that it would be a gateway expand if I'm Dienmax. It went so well for you. You just got to go for it again. And I have a feeling that cRoSs will probably overpool again in response.
Or cRoSs might even 9-pool.
Yeah.
Yep, that mineral is going beyond 100. I think we're going to see 9-pool, heavy pressure here from cRoSs, assuming that he would thinking what we're thinking. This guy just got me with this gateway open. He's probably going to do it himself.
Yep. And there goes the probe. This is going to be a
10 gate.
10 gate, so a little bit of a eco opener. cRoSs doing the gas trick, of course.
Dienmax is going to feel some real pressure.
Yeah, I think Dienmax might have made cRoSs angry here. And we may see cRoSs try and channel his like inner Zeke with the Lings, try and micro him like a madman, try and, you know, get speedlings in the base, take down a few probes. Yeah, you know, even last game, cRoSs got, what, 2 or 3 probes? And Dienmax still ran away with the game. He still traded effectively.
Yeah, he traded crazy effective. 2 Lings killed 2-3 probes is a big deal. Now, this game, Nyoken, he should build and can build the Forge versus the 9-pool. I'd understand that, which I think he's going to do.
Yep, and this is a very tight setup right there. Doesn't really have to worry about Lings busting that, but 6 Lings are on the move, and we may have a micro battle on that gateway. Oh, one Ling will be split off to deal with the probe.
Assuming he's not making it up, he's just going to go into drones then.
Oh, for now. Okay, this Zealot should get out in time. Cannon gonna
No,
come
you don't
down.
need a cannon. Oh, we don't need a cannon.
What? There was actually a moment where he could have gotten in. I thought he was actually going to go for it, but doesn't risk it. Now there's no way that the Zealots or the Lings can do any damage here. Probe Zealot combo is pretty nuts, to say the least. In response, 3rd hatch coming down.
We're just really, our build is really going to be delayed a ton. cRoSs seeing that cannon is going to make him extremely happy because, that Zealot going down. Yeah, that Nexus is going to be so delayed. We went 3 pylons, Forge, cannon. cRoSs is definitely feeling good about this right now.
Yeah, he's got his gas coming when there's not even a Nexus, like you said. Also, there's no gas even started for Dienmax. Dienmax is going to counter with 2 Zealots, but I don't think the terrain on this map is nearly as good as what it was on Citadel. Like, getting behind the mineral line here is... Well, I guess you can go right there, but you can't, like, go in and out of the mineral line is what I'm talking about. Like, once you're there, you're there.
Yeah, you're stuck. Those Zealots are not going home.
Yep, and this is not the angle that Dienmax wanted. The Zealots are going to not trade nearly as effective as they did in the first game. And Dienmax is going to bleed off another Zealot because it is rallying across the map. And unfortunately for him... Yep.
I think are we going to see... We have a lot of links made. Never mind. Okay. I was going to say, I think we're going to have a ling maybe flooding. Damage that gateway a ton, and sometimes that's what triggers it. Damaging the gateway, you kill all these Zealots, you make a ton of Zerglings, you just kill the gateway and you run in. End the game, but cRoSs decided not to do that on what could be his last game if he would have messed that up.
Yeah, this is a big mistake from Dienmax. Man, he's still sending units. He's forcing Zerg to build a lot of lings, but he's not scaling as fast as Zerg. Well, I guess his Stargate is coming. It's a little faster than I thought. But, okay, well, Dienmax gets into the 3rd base, and now he shut down mining here.
Yeah, he's done a good job. I'm not sure his pro production has been as super clean because the drone probes are a little bit close, but that's okay. He's still ahead, causing more and more Zerglings to be made. He's up 5 workers. Yeah, this a little bit tougher position, but he's still going to trade for 3. Not bad. And we have a hidden one over here.
Yeah, another hidden one over there. There is nothing at the natural. It's 1 cannon, 1 Zealot. Not going to get punished by it as the 2nd Zealot pops out. Corsair should be out pretty soon. I think I saw the Spire come down for cRoSs in his main, but it's nowhere near being complete. So maybe able to rack up a couple Overlord kills.
Yeah, I think this Zealot's going to be annoying again for cRoSs coming in here. It'll probably cause a drone pull. Oh, he's just going to fight it. cRoSs has had enough. Ooh.
Probably thinking, like, where the hell does this keep coming from, man? Like, how many do you have? Is there another one hidden somewhere that I missed?
He is not happy losing another drone, pulling this whole line. Dienmax causing a ton of havoc for cRoSs here, man.
Yeah, ends up taking out that Zealot finally. And the Corsair is out. It will be looking to see what that tech is. 4th and 5th hatch both coming down. Finds an Overlord. And Spire is done, actually. I mean, oh, we got Mutas coming.
Well, Muta, but we do have +1 Sair coming, man.
Yeah, Dienmax, even though he hasn't been rushing his, like, ground upgrades, he's always gotten his air upgrades really quickly. And I'm like, look at it, it's already almost done.
Also got to be really careful going across with these Muta. He'll probably be able to harass the natural a little bit. I mean, it's only 5 Muta, not a major commitment here to air, but look at the worker count, man. We got 41, only 28 drones. Dienmax is really, really messed up. A lot of cRoSs's build here. Let's see how many probes he can get here.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how quickly it can swing. Now he's only down 7 workers. Make that 6. Make that 5. And the Corsairs are out. He does have 3. I think the 4th one was not able to get back across the map. And cRoSs now starting to scale into his Hydra tech. He's got +1 weapon coming in. He's got 6 hatch.
Yeah. He's going to be getting crazy on Hydra right now. He's getting his drone count up really well. I guess he knows so many Zealots have leaked out that there can't be like a mass amount of them. So he's not feeling too terrible about it.
Oh, we got another move.
4 speed Zealots. Like, you're like, all right, I can back up to that. That's not going to get me.
Yeah. I wish there was a DT out because I think he could get some kills or at least keep cRoSs on the back foot with the potential of the DT counterattack, but we really haven't seen much DT usage versus cRoSs in these games. The gateway count is still extremely low. It's only at 2. Muta's sharking around to find some Corsairs, but they're still stuck in the main. That's 5 now. There's the 3rd and 4th gate. Alright, interception there.
Looking good here. cRoSs just picking off these Zealots, man. Putting hurt on them, doing a good job.
Yeah, he does get a read on how many mutas there are, though. He sees that there's not an overwhelming amount of Scourge. He knows that he's not going to get, like, busted at his natural or main. So he loses 1 Zealot to get that intel. I think that's definitely worth. Do have worries that supplies are shooting up really fast for Zerg, whereas they're not shooting up that fast for Protoss. Oh, a Zealot sneaks in. He's going to try and draw the attention to the main while he maybe attacks the 3rd base.
Ooh. Nope, doesn't get one. Good micro from cRoSs there. Oh, he's looking.
Oh,
he's
actually,
looking.
It's more Scourge than I thought. Oh, he finds an opening. These Hydras are far forward. They're very far forward. Oh, but a Hydra cycle, I think, will save the day. These Corsairs are looking for the mutas. Okay, this is gonna get swatted away very easily.
Yeah, this is going to be the way to do it. He's going to be able to bring it down. Look at this.
Yep, well, that was not the trade that Dienmax was looking for. And again, man, it's just his production is so low that every time he loses these Zealots, he really can't follow it up with, a big Zealot flood or Templar flood or whatever. He's going to... He loses a couple. No, actually, he doesn't lose that many stairs at all. He loses just 1.
Yeah. Problem is, I don't see any Templars, and there are a lot of Hydra on the map. Like, we don't have any Templar out yet.
Yeah, this is looking like the Apocalypse game, where it's just going to be an explosion of Hydras any moment now. An A move across the map. There's no Templars, just like there were no Templars yesterday from Dark. Like, it was like 30 Zealots before a single Templar got out.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to be careful here. I know we have the Sair Zealot combo going, but the Sair don't kill the Hydra.
These Sairs are doing work, though. They've gotten a lot of damage done. Killed a lot of Overlords. Put crossing their red multiple times. Scourge are trying to get the connection, but the Corsairs actually had a decent engagement there. What was that, like 10 to 12 Scourge for just 2 Sairs?
That was a good deal right there for Dienmax. He did a good job once again.
Another supply block also. And behind this, Zerg is now on the offensive. He's got a 4th base coming up while also making a massive attack. This is like, I don't know, 30 Hydras, 40 Hydras moving across the map.
No Sair, no Robo. I mean, no Templar and no Robo. Lurkers would hurt here, but luckily he doesn't have them yet. He just has the... Oh my goodness, he's going to get them. He's going to get that Templar.
How does he get that Templar with just 5 damage mutas and 4 of the mutas end up getting away? I don't know, but he makes it work. And Dienmax, his 3rd base is about to be spotted.
I don't know how he's going to hold this. Hopefully he has 2 or 3 Templar with some extra DPS. Oh my goodness, cRoSs is going to get on it. He's going to kill one of them. Can he get the other one? Oh my goodness, good dodge coming forward. Great storm right there. Another good storm on the Muta. But there are so many Hydra. Oh, no Overlord.
Yeah, no Overlord, so the DTs are going to save the day, at least for now, unless I'm missing something and an Overlord comes in out of nowhere. cRoSs is like, I don't care about 2 DTs, man. I've got 25 Hydras left over. So he's just going to continue to fight, and now the DTs are going to die. And once the DTs die, there's nothing to fight this army anymore. Literally nothing. There's 2 cannons. They can't help you. Single Templar. He doesn't have enough energy for Storm. cRoSs moving in.
He is not waiting. He is looking for the killing blow. He knows he's up the upper hand right here. Right? Another Templar about to fall for these Hydra. Oh, he does get a Storm off. Killing a bunch of stuff, but oh my god, look at that blue line. There's got to be another 25 Hydra coming in right now.
It's so much stuff from Zerg, and cRoSs, he wants this game. He wants to bring it to a tight series, and he does. There it is. cRoSs
Wow.
puts another point on the board for him. He's not out. He's fighting for his tournament right here, man.
Not messing around. He's like, I want this win, man. I'm going for it. Killer moves, setting in 5, Mutalisk taking out Templar, and just running him over.
So now it's going to be Dienmax's pick. Didn't he pick Lobotomy?
He did pick Lobotomy. I wonder if he'll pick it again.
I feel like he might pick it again because, remember, these games are played from replays. cRoSs probably doesn't know that this guy picked Lobotomy. Probably is just going to let it through because who the hell is picking Lobotomy, right?
Yeah, not twice.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if he ends up going for that or if he wants to go back into a big map. We still haven't seen a single Radeon game today. That is just so surprising to me that nobody wants to play Radeon. I feel like that's like one of the most standard ones.
Yeah, I thought Radeon we would see way more. It is one of the more standard, easier maps I think to play, figure out, but people like Dark Origin. They're liking Vermeer. Vermeer is very comfortable to a lot of players, so it shall be interesting for this final match here.
And we're ready to get into our final game of the day. Will it be cRoSs or Dienmax making it into the round of 16? Okay, in the top left, unfortunately scouting the wrong direction, it's cRoSs.
And in the bottom left, it is Dienmax.
I always look very closely at the larva usage in the beginning to see if it's ever going to be a 5 pool or a 4 pool. Ended up not happening. I had hopes, like I saw all the drones come back. Larva didn't instantly morph. I was like, this is it. This is the 5 pool. But not the case.
Unfortunate there. We'd like to see it.
Yeah. What just happened? Hello? Yeah, I'm here. Did Razz leave? Okay, I just heard somebody leave, so I was like, was that me? Was it like somebody else? So Razz had to go right now. He had a reservation, but you got me here to cast the final game, and we do have, what is it? Was it 9 pool from cRoSs? This is gonna be another gate expand from Dienmax. So he feels like he's been doing a good job with the Zealots, that he should continue, and I agree with him. And I wonder how cRoSs will respond. Will he do anything different? Will he try and do like a 2-base all-in? Will he, do 9-7-3? He doesn't have any intel this time, so he's going to have to try and tread carefully in the early stages of the game. Dienmax also not scouting the greatest angle. He's going to find cRoSs last. Well, most likely he'll find cRoSs last. And we actually do have a drone scout being sent out. I think that's smart from cRoSs. Oh, but not smart if he goes cross spawn. Hook around to the left side. No? Alright. Well, I don't think we've seen him scout like this in any of the series. I wonder if he'll just turn this around or if he'll use this drone to build a hatchery somewhere else out on the map. 6 lings moving out. Double scout from Dienmax. It's smart. Ooh, almost gets the probe immediately taken down. And we've got 6 lings on the move. There's no forge just yet. I think cRoSs can actually get here in time. It was razor thin last time on Dark Origin. Can he do it? Oh, it's so close. Oh, he wanted to, but it pops out literally at the nick of time, and that means that this is going to be denied. By the way, that drone is coming back. 3rd hatch going down at the 3rd base, as expected. Remember last game, Dienmax built an early cannon to deal with this, but so far he hasn't built a cannon this time, because he feels like he can just hold it with just Zealots. Probably right, but he lets in some lings. He didn't wait for that 3rd Zealot to pop out, and now it's 3 lings in the main. cRoSs is going to have to respond with, have to deal with this 3 Zealot single probe counterattack though. And Dienmax has traded effectively every time we've seen a situation like this. This could get ugly real quick for both players. Single probe falls, dancing those lings around. Another probe falls. Trying to get vision of the... For some reason my full screen is... Okay, there we go. Oh, that was not the engagement that Protoss was looking for. That's an insane engagement for Zerg. He's going to easily take down 2 out of the 3 Zealots. And now, Protoss is in real dire straits. Still 2 or 3 Lings in the main, wreaking havoc on this mineral line. Drone count for Zerg is, pretty bad still, sitting at just 9. Well, now it's at 11, of course. That always happens when you say it. Now, Protoss is under threat of just losing his natural because the Zealot has to come in and help these probes. And there's nothing really at the natural. It's just a single cannon. Is cRoSs going to commit, though? He doesn't have speed. It would be risky to run in here like this. But if he can bait that Zealot out of position, he may be able to do it. He wanted to get that cannon, but a little bit too much defense for Dienmax. And in cRoSs's main, I think he has the lair coming, if I saw that correctly. Probe almost takes down that Ling, but in the end doesn't get it. Another probe falls, and now all of a sudden, what was a 9 drone to 19 worker count is now 18 workers each. Plus, there's 3 hatch production. Plus, lair is on the way. I didn't see a cybernetics anywhere. I don't see it at the natural either. At least one of the Lings ends up falling. And what can Dienmax do from this position? He's had such good success with his Zealots, but he's in the dark. He could completely in the dark. If he runs into like Speedlings, it could be devastating. And the Overlord is going to spot anytime he moves out. So this is really... Oh, did he kill his own probe? I don't know, but another probe ends up falling, and those 3 Lings got devastating amounts of damage. I think it was upwards of 6 or 7 probes in total, so that was really well done from cRoSs. He's going to go into the mid game with massive econ. So far, there's no Hydrogen, no speed just yet. So Dienmax not under threat, but being busted. I imagine this is just going to be Spire once more. I think Dienmax needs to do something crazy, which is maybe double Stargate, maybe try and catch Zerg off guard with like straight Citadel, straight Templar Archive, and I don't know, maybe go for a Hail Mary Zealot Archon timing, something insane like that. Because if he plays a normal game from this position, Zerg's already up workers. It's already 29 to 27. I don't see how you can ever out macro Zerg in the mid game. I do see I'm assuming the cybernetics in the main at top left. Yeah, you can see that he is light years behind the tech. The Spire is a third of the way done. Stargate hasn't even started. Protoss is going to make a move out in the map. That's like a 4th probe that's been lost to Lings, by the way, that's scouted. That's been used for scouting. So really bad situation for Dienmax. 5 Zealots are going to try and do something here, but the Overlord saw it from a mile away. These Lings have speed. Well, it was a drone cycle. Is he going to commit? I think he's forced out Lings and needs to back up, but he's going to commit here. The Ling engagement, it's pretty good, actually. And this is not going to work out for Dienmax. He had to do something, but that was definitely not it. And now he is in real trouble. He didn't even kill that many Lings. These Lings are just going to regen. These Lings can be used to help for a Hydra bust. This is really tough situation for Dienmax. We've got speed coming in on the Overlords already, so this is definitely going to be an attempted bust on the Nat. Speed coming in on the Hydras also. No Mutas, no Scourge. Dienmax has to respect that there could be Mutas coming, so he builds cannons in the natural. He builds cannons in his main. That's just going to be wasted money for him because we know that there's no Mutas coming at all. And unfortunately for Dienmax, unless he can pull out something insane that I'm not seeing, this is cRoSs's game to take. He has started to cut his workers now and just focus on production. It's 39 probes to 30 drones. Oh, I take that back. More drones coming in, but some Hydras have been built. But there's literally 1 cannon. That's it. Speed's done. There's a lot of... what is this goon doing? You can't do that. He's out in no man's land. There are 2 Zealots and a single cannon. That is it. He has 1 gate in his... Okay, he does have a gate at the natural, and I think he has 1 gate in his main. So he does have 2 gates, but he can just run in here and kill this cannon. Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do. And unfortunately for Dienmax, I think his BSL run ends here. There's way too much DPS with the Hydras. It all kind of just snowballed out of control with the Lings in the main. Also with the Zealot counterattack not doing any damage. The Forge, even if he ends up surviving here, the +1's going to be denied. This is I don't think it's an Artosis pylon, but man, this is really tough for Dienmax. Maybe if during all that happened, if he could have snuck out a DT, that could get him back into the game, but I don't even think he has a Templar Archive. He didn't supply block. The Zerg, he lost his Goon, as Zero's pointing out. And if we look at Dienmax's, resources, he has 1,100 gas, but he can't use it. He needs to build as many Zealots as possible to just not die, but I don't think cRoSs is going to let him get to that point because he's got 6 Hatch Hydras. He actually went for a drone cycle instead of trying to end the game. A little bit surprised about that, but you're at such a massive advantage. Why even risk potentially allowing this Protoss to come back into this game? Just macro up like a madman. You've got the production. You see his gateway count is extremely low, and that's exactly what he's doing. Templar Archive gonna finish up pretty soon. cRoSs has started to bank a lot of gas, so he could go for a Mutaswitch and catch these Templars, as they spawn. But instead, he's got other plans. He's going into Lurkers, and I didn't see a Robo in the main of Dienmax. Oh, actually, he does have a Robo, and it's decently timed. He will have observers for the incoming Lurkers, and he is on the move with, what is this, a handful of Zealots? What is it, 8 maybe 9? But the Hydra count is just so massive. This is going to be denied. And with cRoSs being even in supply, I can only imagine that he's going to shoot up even farther once those Lurkers come in. And then once the Lurker contain gets up, what is Dienmax going to be able to do? He doesn't have range, he doesn't have Storm, I still haven't seen a single Templar. Zealots are just trying to buy time, but eventually they're going to be taken down. There's nowhere to go, man. You can try and run, but all you can really do is run back to your base. I guess he's going to run over to the right side. Maybe... Okay, I think this is a good move. Go for the shuttle bomb. Try and get some harassment done with double Zealot drop, DT drop, Templar drop. These Zealots, even though they don't kill anything, they at least draw all the Hydras out of position. And, it allows these Templars to actually bank up some energy. We do... Oh, there's the Mutas that I was expecting to see. And... Unfortunately, there's also an Overlord at mid-left, so he's going to see the drop coming. And I don't even know if he's going to be able to unload. I guess the Zealots bought some... Oh, nope. Can he unload anything? He gets the DT out. I've heard from other players that sometimes that's all you need. But not this game. It's immediately killed off. Zealots are going to be immediately killed off. Templar, goodbye. Doesn't even get off the Storm. He was mid-pose and gets taken out. So not only does cRoSs have mass muta, he's also got Lurker tech. This is nightmare scenario for Dienmax. He's down almost 50 supply, actually more than 50 supply. 4th base up and running for cRoSs. He just needs to transfer some workers. And this is pretty much an unlosable position for cRoSs. It would take an absolute miracle for Dienmax to get back in this game. If he had Maelstrom, maybe I could see a miracle happening if he catches all the mutas, but there aren't. Oh, he starts his own probes, man. I think the idea is good, but you gotta transfer your probes before you do that. He kills the cannon also. Look at the SimCity. The goons can't even really get back in here to help. And he's gonna lose his entire probe line. Goodbye, Templar. Probably get that goon also, just for good measure. And I don't see any purple out on the map, like no Zealot moving anywhere. That Storm, that was really good damage. He eliminates all the mutas except for one. But all this is going to do is trigger the massive flood. Well, it's not going to trigger the massive flood. It's going to trigger a drone cycle from cRoSs. He's got an insane econ right now. 55 drones versus 29. Taking the top right base. make that 60 drones. And at this point, Zerg can do literally anything he wants. Dienmax, I think this is all he can really do. Just try and move out and do something. There's no way you're playing a mid game from this. I don't even know if he has range, by the way. So he's going to try and make it happen with this army, but it's just pitiful. It's not going to be able to do anything at all. The Hydras by themselves can win this fight. I don't even think he needs lurkers, even though he has them, and even though he has some mutas. Wow, tons of drones being built by cRoSs here. dideko.o can get taken down. cRoSs's almost max. He's at 145 supply versus just 83 of Dienmax. And this is going to be the last fight. Storms go down. They hit the mutas. But unfortunately, this isn't even close to the real army of cRoSs. That's the real army right there. All the lurkers, all the Hydras. Dienmax is going to try and take the bottom middle base. I mean, cRoSs is giving him some time to build up some units. But this is not something you can really recover from. I hope that Overlord has like drop upgrade, but it doesn't seem like he does. Lurker drop in the natural would have been nuts. In cRoSs's main, does he have Hive? Maybe he's just waiting to blast him with Hive. I mean, he can literally do anything he wants. He could go mass ultras and win this game. But here we go. The floodgates, they are open. cRoSs is on the move. And there's just not even close to enough stuff. That's a good storm. Hits a lot of the Hydras. That's another good storm. That's a great storm. But you need about 10 more of them. Another good one. Did Dienmax really push this back with just this tiny of an army? The answer is no. There's so many more Hydras moving, and he's going to knock down this third base. This Templar is going to die. All these goons are going to die. And GG should be coming out any moment now. There it is. GG. That means cRoSs, he is going to win. That means he is going to move on into the round of 16, along with Zhanhun. So, unfortunately, Dienmax, I think he played this series really well. Like, the Forge openers, they weren't working out. Like, they were just not doing what he was looking for. So, it was a good response versus cRoSs. He got good damage done in the first and second games. But the third game, he just wasn't able to do it. And I also think Dienmax had good games versus WolFix, but unfortunately, like this group, it's Zhanhun and cRoSs. This is just a nightmare group for you. What can you do? If it was a weaker group, I could have seen Dienmax making it out. But either way, he had a good showing, and look forward to seeing him in future BSLs. We're getting a rundown of how today went. Zhanhun blasted WolFix 2-0. I mean, the game was literally over from like the first 5 minutes in both of the games. It's just kind of how it goes in PvT sometimes. cRoSs took down Dienmax in the first series, then Zhanhun versus cRoSs. Zhanhun took out cRoSs there. Dienmax versus WolFix. Some cool lockdowns in that series, but in the end, Dienmax a little bit too strong. And then, of course, cRoSs making it out in our final best of 3. And that is it for today. So, of course, we've got to thank our sponsors of the BSL, because without our sponsors and without our patrons, this tournament could not happen. So, of course, our main sponsor is Esports Fun, but we've got a lot of Patreon supporters. At the $100 level, we have My Fleeting Dream. $50, we've got Striker and Misters. $30, we've got Tim, Cuz, Tupacalypse. $20, Kevin, Yu Zhang, Medino, Steven Robertson, Suricata Machine, Valentina Bulai, Gordon Bradley, KJ Streaming Channel, Daniel Lopez, LML, Nicholas Schuler, Quark, and all you other Patreon supporters. Thank you so much for your continued support of the BSL. And $10 Patreon support or above gets you all of the replays from the BSL. So definitely consider becoming a Patreon supporter in that way. And that is it. Thank you so much for watching this week, and we'll be back next week with some more groups. I think we've got, what is it, Group E and F. Don't remember exactly who those players are, but I'm sure they'll be a good group, and I look forward to casting them with you.